Oh, I got 9 o'clock on my Mickey Mouse. Heidi, are you ready?
Yep.
Della?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Sure.
Lois? All right. So we will call this meeting to order at 9:01. Good morning. This is the March 7th, 2022 budget work session. Roll call when ready.
Bennett? Here. Gauss here, Pop?
Here.
Bauman? Here.
Any changes to the agenda? Any conflicts of interest? Any public comment this morning? Anyone here in the hall? Good morning. And I see Vicky Beam. Good morning, Vicky. Any public comment this morning?
Good morning, Ron. I'm going to listen, and I think there'll be some at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning, telephone caller 517-614.
Yeah, this is Linda Slopsema, and I have a comment regarding the budget that was part of the agenda today. As I look at this, it looks very clear to me that this budget is not balanced, meaning you're recommending spending more than what your revenue available is. And I realize some of that spending is allocations for future work and so forth, but you know, compared to last year, you're saying your plan is to basically use 16% more funds, and that far exceeds by several $100,000 how much revenue you have available. So I'm very concerned about that. I'm also concerned about 30% raises for park rangers and assistant clerks and people like that, you know, I just don't understand how we can even begin to afford that. So I would recommend you prioritize and focus on the basics, which I view as health and safety, which would be fire and ambulance services, roads, and the zoning and the master plan. And I think the rest of it you need to put on hold. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the meeting, so we will continue forward. Looking at revenue. Specifically, let's address potentially the revenue sharing. So Della, you got some new documents in this morning.
Yeah, I just saw them in my email this morning.
Okay, and do they differ from what we currently have estimated at 240,000? And for everyone following along, this would be Department 10 or Fund 101 General Fund revenues, line item 574.
Well, as you know, Ron, constitutional revenue sharing is split between years. Like we've got 2022 and 2023. And I don't have it divided out here, but it does show both years have an increase over the 240. 2022 is 267,413 and 2023 is 258,021. We're safe with doing the 240, but realize we're going to be getting more than that in, according to this report that came in today.
And so do we want to bump that by 10,000 and make it 250?
I would think that would actually be a safe bet.
So you're actually saying that in this year, instead of the 235 we estimated, we'll get 260
Yeah.
potentially.
I could- hang on a second. It would help if I highlighted the correct ones. So April, May, April, June, August. February. Well, according to this, if we took April through February of 2023, because the next payment comes in April of 2023, is 262,432 they're projecting. It's a good 20,000 over what we've estimated. So if you want to go by the actual numbers, we can, or we can just bump it up at 10,000. What do you think?
It's board decision. It's all an estimate.
Mhm.
I will say if they're estimating that far out, they didn't see the $5 a gallon gasoline.
So
That's
what do
my
you say
thought.
we bump it up a 10,000 mark, and if we go over that, we're still in the conservative range?
I'm fine.
Okay,
So you want to make the 240 to 250.
yep,
If I remember correctly, when we hit 439 a gallon last time,
people quit spending.
quit spending. So is there any other questions or comments on revenue line items? So I have that coming out at 564,014.
No. The total is going to be 565,014.
Isn't that what I said?
No, you said 564 or something.
What is it again, Cheryl?
Mhm.
Well, if you look in today's
565.
packet, I've entered all the numbers in the general ledger, and the total before that $10,000 increase was 555,014. So it's going to be 565,014.
So where's the $1,000 difference from the last packet to this one?
I don't know. I entered all the numbers and checked them. So you can check the numbers. Make sure I entered them correctly.
I'm printing out a revenue page.
We changed a lot of numbers in the general fund revenue on 223. If you want me to run down them real quick, I can.
No, I just went and printed a sheet.
Oh, okay. The requested column is the numbers that Ron worked up, and the recommended column is the numbers the board agreed on.
Mine matches from what we did last time.
So the difference was on line item 671. I have that moving from 1,000 to 0.
Oops. Still got that 1,000.
Because apparently, let's see, scrap tire doesn't show up.
No, we didn't make any changes to that because we wanted to account for the power plan dividend in there and scrap tire revenue.
So the power plan.
That's where we put that.
Okay, all right, so that remained
That did not
1,000.
change.
That remained 1,000.
Yep.
And I have 200 assigned to scrap tire revenue. Does that sound about right?
Don't you usually get more than that, Della? In scrap tire revenue?
Everybody got, I'm expecting it to be lower this year because everybody got to get rid of them for free last year.
Yeah,
So
right, yeah,
they're
yeah.
probably not a lot.
It really
sitting
doesn't
around.
matter between the two.
But
It'll be
anyway,
around
it's
that.
anywhere between 200 and 400 we get. It's never more than that.
Okay.
Remember, some people bought new tires.
Let's see, what's the next one? I guess it's Township Board, right? And here I have a difference as well. I'm at 63,041, and this is 63,803.
Well, we can run down the numbers. I can read them off from 223.
All right.
Okay, so in the township board, the salaries went to 8,800.
Yeah.
703 wages, 3,000.
Yep.
715 social security, 732.
Yep.
Medicare, 171.
Mhm.
Office supplies and expense stayed at 2,700.
Yep.
Postage went to 2,000.
Yep.
Audit, 7,500.
Yep.
Professional services, 4,500.
Mhm.
Cleanup day, 14,000.
Yep.
Pension plan went down to 4,000.
I have 3639.
Well, that's an odd number. We rounded it to 4,000
Okay.
because the total was was 3,640 and we rounded it to 4,000.
That's likely the difference right there.
We should have 63,803. Again, you guys all should be checking my numbers to make sure I entered them correctly.
I just did.
I enter them and then I check them. Sometimes I find my own mistakes, but if
So
you find something,
line
I'm glad to hear about it.
line 840 is 4,000.
840 is 4,000.
Mhm.
Are you at 63,803 yet? for township
Um,
board?
My program calculates. So it won't round up on the pension. It'll stay
So
at,
you want me to go down the numbers still?
yeah.
Okay, so mileage is 200,
840 is what?
4,000.
Okay.
Promotional's 1,000.
Mhm.
Mileage is 200.
Okay,
Meals is 400.
yep,
Training 500.
good,
Publishing 2,000.
Mhm.
Printing 1,500.
sure,
Newsletter 3,000.
good,
Equipment rental 1,100.
wonderful.
Postage meter rental 1,300.
Mhm.
Grand Vision, nothing. Miscellaneous expense 500.
Yep.
Then you don't have anything until you jump down to, you got scrap tire expense of 500 and refunds of 400. And you gave us a number on 223 of 63,403 as an unofficial number. So that's somewhere you had a $400 error. And it was probably in the pension fund.
No, for sure, board of review adjustments. I had that line item as 0.
No, we always have board of review adjustments.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
For some reason,
Yep,
the number didn't take.
yep.
Any other questions there? Supervisor?
Nothing changed.
Elections, any questions there?
No, except that I didn't figure in the wage increase, a wage increase for election workers, and I'd like to add 2,000 to that and make it 10.
I'm pretty sure we did.
No, the 8,000 was the first number I came up with. That was before I looked at the survey,
Before you looked at what survey?
the survey that was done of election wages that was in one of our packets. I went from 6,000 last year to 8,000 this year because we have 3 elections. That was not the wage increase.
So this
So I-
8,000 is different than our last time. It was 6,000 last time.
Well, no, it was 8,000. I brought 8,000, but the reason I did that was because last year it was 6,000. Okay. A typical non-election year, the odd years are typically you don't have too many elections. But you always know in the even years, you're gonna have at least the 2 major, August and November. But that was before I even got the wage. I gave that number to Ron before I got the wage study that was done by the Long Lake Township.
And so I'll go along at this point with $10,000 until we get to the wage and hour sheets.
So that bottom line would be 2212. And you can see that in 2020, we spent $8,891 on wages. That's not going to get it for this year. They need an increase. 1350 and 15 for chairs is not enough.
So actually it takes that bottom line to 20,365 because you'll change Social Security to 620.
Yeah, okay, sure, yeah, 620.
Yep, and you'll change Medicare to 145.
Got it. What'd you say, 20,620?
20,365.
Could you just give me 715 and 716 again, please, Ron?
Yes. 715 would be 620.
Actually, let me just interrupt you right there. The reason we don't need to do that, and actually you can see election workers don't pay taxes. So, and you can see back in 2020, we had $67 worth of Social Security and $16 worth of Medicare. They are not taxed. Election workers are not taxed. The only reason you have that in there is because we have one election worker who's also on the Parks and Rec Committee, and we really can't stop taking taxes out on her checks because it's already set up in there. So we do not need to increase that. In fact, those two numbers can go way down. They don't pay taxes. So those can go down to like, oh gosh, probably 200 and 100.
And what did you want to put them at?
200 and 100. You know, 2020 was a big election year. We had 4 elections that year. Well, there would only been 3 of them that were in the R2021 fiscal year.
Oh,
But,
what's the bottom line?
Would be 19,900.
Thank you.
19,900. Any other questions there? How about on assessor at 31,141?
The only thing we changed was postage.
Good there?
Yep.
And what of attorney? $100,000, still a good number?
Yeah.
And what about the clerk's office?
Well, I still believe that the wage for the deputies is something that we need to address. That hasn't been addressed in a long time. I don't really care what percentage it is. I just did a little analysis this morning of all of the wage increases in the general fund. And so counting the township board 702, 703, actually 703 went down by $150. And adding in the 2,000 we just added to election wages, in the general fund, we only have a wage increase of $18,450 overall. I think that's peanuts. These are positions that don't get any benefits. I demonstrated that they have other choices. You have to know who your competition is. And when you look at wages, and I've demonstrated that, you know, the starting wage for deputies needs to go up to $17 an hour. And so what that did was that made in the clerk's department, that added $8,580 to the wages in the clerk's department. Obviously no change for the clerk. And in the treasurer's office, which we're not quite to yet, but I'll just mention that was a $5,520 increase. Of course, that's not the Social Security and Medicare, but those can be computed. But I think overall in the general fund, an $18,450 increase in wages is something that should be expected when something hasn't been addressed in several years.
Well, may I remind everybody that everybody on the wage and salary scale, graded wage scale, gets a 3% annual. So for you to say that it hasn't been addressed for several years, I take offense to.
Well, I think she was referring
And
to.
additionally, the number of hours you're asking for your deputy has also increased by almost 20%, if not a little more. And, well, yeah,
But my deputies always worked that many hours.
no, last year
Yeah.
you asked for 850. This year you moved it to 1,000. So what are we getting for that extra 150 hours? Why are we paying somebody?
Work in the
Another-
clerk's office. There's lots of work to do in the clerk's office.
Well, I'm sure there is.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sure there
So-
is. But it didn't go, what changed between last year and this year? So I understand that wages need to go up and I'm not opposed to that. But I am definitely opposed to 31%.
Well, we've had a whole lot more FOIAs this last year than we have ever had
Yeah,
before.
that's true.
And that takes a lot of time.
Therese does work on FOIAs. Therese works on a lot of things, you know, that she does the qualified voter file changes every week. Of course, accounts payable, payroll, lots of other things that are, you know, cleaning out file cabinets, purging things that are old enough to be purged. She does, I really could use a deputy more than 20 hours a week, to tell you the truth. I really could. Therese is really not interested in working that many more hours a week, but at some point, the number of hours a week are going to go up for the deputy clerk in this township. So 20 hours a week is, and usually she works 17 to 8.5-hour days. But there are times when we need her to work extra and she comes in and works extra. So,
That's generally during election times.
yep.
Like just what this last week you guys got out, how many were those? ballots
Almost
you had?
1,000 permanent AV apps.
Yeah,
Yep.
Which is an election cost.
I don't put her under election because it's really, she is an election administrator, as am I. And so that's a clerk's designation. And we used to set that out, but we don't anymore. I want elections to just be the election workers and the direct costs of that department. So I choose to pay Therese for her election time under the clerk's budget.
Any other questions on the clerk's department at 62,607?
I'm still having a problem with the increase of salaries, but wage for hourly part-time employees, especially because there's a lot of people out there that aren't getting anything.
What do you mean by a lot of people aren't getting anything?
Well,
Heidi?
think about what happened in this last year. Some people lost their jobs. Some people didn't get an increase. I mean, government's the only place where you're guaranteed a 3% raise all the time. In the corporate world, you can go 8-10 years without a raise.
if you're going 8-10 years without a raise though, Heidi, you should be moving on. That's taking advantage of their workers.
But the problem is they can make you all kinds of promises in the last minute, not give you a raise. So
Well, the
it'd be
problem is-
stupid to move on.
Well,
The problem is these are unbenefited positions. We have no
completely get
benefits.
that,
They
Cheryl.
don't get the pension. Down in Acme, the deputy clerk down there is eligible, is part of their pension plan. At the county, they get beaucoup benefits.
But sure, we're
They're-
talking, we're fourth
Excuse
from
me,
the
Heidi,
bottom.
I'm still talking. At the county, they get beaucoup benefits.
What are beaucoup benefits?
Well, that's many, French for many. Many
Yeah.
benefits, the health insurance, they're union workers. They're all getting 10% raises this year, by the way. The county has adjusted their wage. They did a wage study and found out they're far below where they need to be. And so you know, and like deputy clerks in Bonnie Shealy's office are starting at 16, I think she said 16.54 or 16.96 an hour. So, I mean, there's your, you know, a deputy clerk in the county. Any, you know, Teresa's eligible to work at the county. She lives in Grand Traverse County. I don't even know if, I don't think residency is a requirement actually there. It's not a requirement here either. Deputy clerks don't have to live in the township that they work in. And I think we just need to bite the bullet and get this wage scale adjusted to where it's supposed to be. And you're also paying both deputies for their many, many years of experience here.
Are
I
are we
mean,
still in the clerk's budget or have
we
we
are.
moved on to
I'm
a
on the-
different page in the
I'm on the
packet?
clerk's budget and I'm responding to the comments about wages.
And keeping in mind that the wage scale is something you said earlier, Ron, about taking offense that we haven't been doing anything and we've done the 3%. What she's talking about is a starting wage. I understand our current employees, but we're also have gotten the 3% every year. But we're also we're talking about starting somebody new. If Lois goes away tomorrow, I've got to be able to find somebody because it's not a may have a deputy, it's a shall have a deputy. I have to, by law, have a deputy, and finding somebody to hire at $15 an hour, Ron, I'm going to have a problem with that. I'm not going to get anybody that has any kind of skills.
Well, it's currently 13.
Yeah, I'm not, it's going to be, I'm going to have to hire somebody that has absolutely no skills and completely train them. And we may even be talking, they don't know how to type.
So, and that's exactly why they're worth $13 an hour. If they have no skills, why would we even consider them? Number one,
Yeah,
my turn.
sure.
And if they do
I
have
agree.
some experience, there's no reason to bring them in at year one. You can bring them in anywhere along the wage scale because of their years of experience.
But I have to get
It's
board
not-
approval for that, don't I?
Well, sure,
And am I going to get the same kind of feedback that I'm getting right now?
depends. We can look at it on a case by case basis. If you bring me someone who has no typing experience or no computer experience, likely I would question why you want to bring that person into your office. Now, if you feel you want to train them, I'm very supportive of that. And their wage should reflect their skill set. So there's lots of things that we can do here without raising the starting wage, which then you claim should raise everybody's wages from here on out. And targeting is the preferred budget method, not shotgun blasting. And that's what we're trying to do here. So,
Well, I would say that first of all, the board has no control over who Della hires for her deputy or who I hired for my deputy. There's not an interview process. It's an appointment. We make the appointment. And the only thing we have to come to the board for is to set the wage. And
I believe that's exactly what Ardella and I just said.
But I do have a concern that I'm going to have the same exact problem that we're having today. We don't want to spend the money. So now what do I do?
yep,
See, by making the starting wage something that's reasonable, then at least I know that's what I can advertise for. If
That's
I
right.
advertise for $13 an hour, I'm not getting anybody to even respond. So now what do I do? Do you see what I'm saying, Ron? There's got to be,
I
A
think we're
compromise
really
somewhere.
talking about the wage scale.
I
So
know.
I would really postpone this conversation until we get there. We can jump ahead if you'd like to have the discussion now. I'm totally prepared to do that.
well, we were talking about the wage scale for the clerk and that just kind of led into it, Ron.
I understand.
and
Yeah.
I'm good with the clerk's budget the way it is at the 62,607.
which is a 25% increase over the prior year.
It is what it is.
Yep, I understand.
Everything's going up. We have no control over it.
Board of Review, any questions here? My comment will be on 702. I offered to take those salaries back down to where they were. And we can adjust that line item. I think Cheryl indicated that it didn't make a lot of difference. But I am willing to relook at that when we get to the wage and hour.
So this shows 450 from 1,800 or 1,008. That's kind of a weird number. Is it staying at 450 or did you want to address that now?
Ron had some miscalculations in there, I believe, on Board of Review. And we were able to adjust that back down to 450.
I think originally I had,
You had a lot of time in there for the 56 hours for the Zoom facilitator. And we took that down to 18 hours.
and that's paid at a rate of $24.25 an hour.
You said you were using $25 an hour, rounding that, so that's
Probably,
where we got
yeah.
to the 450. And then I adjusted the Social Security and Medicare
Which should
to
be,
115 and 27.
right,
That took that line item down by $400.
so do you have a bottom line of 3642?
Yes,
Any additional questions on Board of Review?
How are you going from 56 hours of Zoom facilitations down to 18? Because you're not going to have as much work?
I estimated that the organizational meeting would be longer, as well as the other 3 meetings throughout the year. 4 meetings.
4 meetings are only 18 hours.
That's what the board decided. So we have our March organizational, which I think we estimated at an hour,
2,
2 hours.
6 hours each for the appeals meetings.
And then we have 2 appeal meetings in March, which are each 6 hours long. So that'd be a total of 8 hours thus far.
Well, that'd be 14.
I'm sorry. Yep. And then we have July Board of Review and December Board of Review. Must be assuming each 2 hours long. 14 plus 4 would be the 18 hours. Are you good there, Heidi?
Mhm.
So does that move us to treasurer? Della, I have a calculation on 703 that you're requesting 728 hours this year.
Yeah, I was just looking for my notes on that. I can't find them.
And I thought you were like at 850 last year. That's why
Yeah, but I'm looking at a wage increase, so I'm cutting my hours.
You said 14 hours times 52 weeks. That's how you get to
Thank you.
728.
I can't find my written notes on that.
that's what I had, 7 hours, 2 days a week, 52 weeks.
That's what I got.
Yep, I'm good with this. I thought I was gonna have to increase my software support, but we're able to fit it in this year's budget. We have to upgrade our accounting program. The security is gone and they won't support it anymore, so it's that old. So I don't have to. Everything's, what I have here is good.
Is that what I recently just saw a PO for?
Mhm.
Definitely cheaper than BSNA.
Yeah, well, this is the accounting program, so this is what we use to balance with the clerk and to tax distributions, track the tax money coming in and going out with. Before that, we did it on Excel.
So I have this department at 58,193.
Yep.
Any questions on Township Hall and grounds? I concur, the bottom line at 42,102. Moving to cemetery, this is a pretty big jump for us this year, but certainly needed. The storms weren't friendly for anybody who had trees on their property,
Mhm.
and the township was one of those. I think protection of the headstones that are there by removal of the trees is a good idea.
Then this number is going to go up substantially. $375 an hour to have trees removed.
I think maybe we're gonna have to spread it over several budget years.
But
If we really want to do that.
we did put $20,000 in there to remove trees just out of Cedar Rapids.
No,
So
that's not what the quote's for. The quote is for raising the canopy on 2 trees near the fire station.
we're not talking about the quote, Cheryl.
Oh, okay, what are we talking
The
about?
quote is something that you got.
No, the chief got it.
Okay, so the chief got it.
Yeah.
Why the chief would do something like that without being asked by the board, I have no idea.
Well,
So it's a board discussion to
Yeah.
whether or not remove the trees from the cemetery. And in line item 930, we included $20,000 to remove trees from Cedar Rapids.
No, we added 20,000 to that because I indicated that the partial quote with the way it's figured and is 13,000 something to 16,000 something for what was quoted. The chief volunteered to get that quote because he also got a quote from partial for taking care of a couple trees over there that caused some damage to the fence and the fire station. So he went ahead and volunteered to do that. And we have the quote. And most of it is for pruning dead wood. There's 2 trees, as I began to say, 2 trees that need the canopy raised over by the fire station, 2 trees that are scheduled to completely come out, and I believe it's 14 trees that are scheduled for deadwood pruning. And I think I indicated at one of the meetings that Matt Harrow from Partial said if during the process of deadwood pruning, they come across a tree that they would, is rotten and they would recommend come down, they would give a new quote on that.
So if in the coming up year, if we find that instead of spending the money to prune the deadwood tree, we use that money to remove several trees or get a quote from multiple vendors for removing trees, at least we have some money sitting in here that will work towards that.
That's how I see it. There's,
Right.
we've identified the trees as a hazard to both the fire station and the cemetery. If we fail to act, that's on us.
Right.
Pruning the tree, sure, it helps the lawn mowing person, but the hazard is still there. And so I think we remove the hazard.
I think that's a conversation for another meeting.
Sure.
Yeah,
We
sure.
put
I
money
agree.
here.
Yeah, exactly.
But this money is
You
not
got a
earmarked.
sexton shed that needs a roof too.
Right, we
We-
put 1,000 in for that.
Yeah, we put 1,000 in for that.
But the $20,000 that we put into this line item is not an approval of. the-
No, what
No,
I
no one
see
ever
is
said it
what
was.
Cheryl did is she got quotes that'll give
I
us some idea of what kind of money we need to put in there. What we do going forwards is another meeting, another conversation, more quotes.
So do we want to put another 10,000 in there?
I don't think so. I think if we're talking about getting rid of all the trees, I think that's going to be over several budgets.
It is.
I think we spread that out.
Yeah. That's
Take
gonna
out the
take
most dangerous ones and then maybe in another year we take out more.
probably at least
We
3 years.
Spread it out.
Of budgeting.
So that line item is 35,538. Moving on to Planning Commission.
Well, and I would just say on the planning commission, I'm not really in favor of this Beckett and Raider thing. I think that sounds like we're jumping horses midstream. And, we put the money in there for this quote that you went and got to have the master plan written, but we really already have a contract with Chris Grobel for that. I don't know how we can not continue to honor a signed contract with him. And I don't mind that the money's allocated, but I don't see that there will be a midstream jumping of ship on the master plan services.
I'm fine with that. I mean, I was responding clearly to just Kim Mangus's comments about the service that she felt the planning commission was receiving. So if we don't listen to somebody
Well, they wanted Grobel.
in our
So
department.
now they've changed their mind, or Kim Mangus has changed her mind. I'm not sure that that's a consensus of the planning commission.
And I'm not sure
Um,
that they have changed their mind.
Yeah, oh, good.
It's kind of new in the process, isn't it?
Very
I
new.
mean,
What
I
I
mean,
understand,
sometimes you gotta see how the process plays out to a certain extent to see if you're dissatisfied or not.
Yeah, they've barely scratched the surface of their master plan review.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
In any rate, I don't think Grovel's, the contract that we currently have with him takes us through the entire master plan rewrite. I think that gets us through like the first public hearing or the first public input session, if I remember correctly.
I'd
So,
have to review the contract.
yeah, it's good that we've funded professional services for them. Where it comes from, I don't care. Long as that group is happy with it, I'm fine.
And so we have added a substantial amount of money to the planning commission budget. Another $15,000+ over what was initially recommended. So that's an enormous increase.
But let's look at the history of what they've actually spent. We may have increased their budget, but their history doesn't show that they spend very much. And maybe they will with this new professional service stuff. But
Well, we've got a group of almost all new people, right? Or a fair number of new people. Thinking that they're not going to require any help along the way. I think we've addressed that.
Yep.
I think we've addressed that properly.
I think so too.
Also, at one point, there was a question about in the actual through March column on 727 office supplies and expense, the $1,224.
Right.
What that was MS Office, Home and Business 2021, Word, Excel, Outlook, and PowerPoint for Rubel and Darrow, as well as Adobe Acrobat Standard 2020 for Rubel and Darrow, as well as 2 laptop carrying cases for Rubel and Darrow.
So that wouldn't have been under the capital expense line item.
No,
Okay.
those are just office programs. We took the computer itself out of
Sure.
the capital expenditure.
So thinking about that. Does Kim have a computer?
Yes, she does.
Township
Township
issue?
issued, yep.
So who doesn't at this point,
Mike Jacobson, he doesn't want one.
right?
Mickey Dean doesn't have a township issued computer. And Al Keaton has said he does not want one.
Well, we could ask Mickey if he now has changed his mind if he would like one.
Well, we did put $1,500 into this line item
That'd be for the software and training on it, right?
and well,
Setup.
for,
Setup.
Well, no, I think we put the setup under, office equipment. Because that's where we pay for tech support out of, on office equipment.
we have 1,500 in there currently. So that would theoretically pay for potentially 2 more software programs if we needed it.
I would think so.
I think it's plenty.
And if history, and let's say if we need more, history has shown that they don't spend their budget, so
Right.
it's there.
Yeah. Is the next department zoning? So my calculations for 804, Bob, we did not increase Bob's contract last year. So we got a 2-year jump this year. And I think he's asking for 13.5% to cover both years.
But apparently the calculations were still going to be covered by the 22,000. With the additional hours and everything, because we moved, you had 52,000 in there because that was 30,000 for some planning services, I thought.
Yeah.
And
it
we took
was.
that out. So
Mhm.
apparently, even with the increase, 22,000 a year covers his fees.
So I have his professional services at 1507 a month, proposed 1507.98 per month. And this would be effective come, I think we renegotiate that contract in June and then sign it in July.
1507 what?
98.
8.
That's $18,095.76 for the year.
18,095.76.
Yep, might as well be 18,096.
And then I estimated 4 additional hours per month at 29.22 each.
Well, on 223, you were estimating
I'm at 30,
for,
50.
excuse me, Heidi. You said Bob wanted a 15 to 20% increase to cover 2 years. And I had calculated that his current salary, 1312 a month times 20% was 1575. And then you had his hourly at 2541 times 20% was $30.50 an hour. So what did you just say?
I said 29.22, and that's a 15%.
Okay, well, I don't know, but it was $30.50 on 223.
Probably. So we were estimating 20%, and Bob got back to me and said 13.5% is what he was looking for. And so we met that plus 1.5%.
So we're keeping 22
Did you
in 804?
multiply 48 times 29.22?
No, I haven't heard the 2922 till today. But 48 times
That's
wait a
fine.
minute.
22.
I'll get it. Do you have it?
I have 29.22, so you must have said it. I didn't write anything on this page yet.
I come up with 1402.56. So might as well just make it 1405. And I don't remember what the other number was, 18,096, I think.
Yep.
So that's 19,501 even.
So the 22 should work.
Should.
But it's 22.5 after you put the supplies and postage in there, correct?
I'm sorry, Heidi. Yes, 22.
22.5, correct? Because we're taking the postage and. the
So
other
Cheryl's
amounts.
column here shows 22,950.
Sure, because you got office expense of 350 and postage of 100, which did not change. You had that in your requested column. So that's another 450.
Everybody good with zoning administration and planning? Next up is that zoning board of appeals.
We didn't make any changes there.
Everybody's good with 6710?
It's 67.9, isn't it? 09.
I'm sure it's just a round number,
Oh, okay.
rounding issue, I would think.
Yeah, Ron's Excel document has cents in it, but this program, the general ledger rounds it up to the next dollar.
Actually, mine's at 6710. Yeah. So Historical Society, I've received some interesting comments on this particular department. Asking why are we funding a historical society when most of them are interest-driven memberships, donations, that type of thing. And then the obvious question, we really didn't spend a lot of money in it last year. So again, why are we funding it this year?
I believe when we had the best of intentions,
Mhm.
when we decided to finally fund this department, because normally we didn't. Because Luann was doing a lot of work from home and coming in here, and she wasn't getting paid for any of that. During this COVID thing, I think work has come to a pretty much halt. Some things have happened. I don't know for sure exactly, but as you can tell by the amount of money spent, expensed out at nothing, basically, nothing's happened. And where I think we had the best of intentions, I'm not sure going forward, I would support funding it either. Honestly. It used to be a volunteer thing, but I don't know. It was an agreement that she was going to get training. She was going to get a standardized software that if somebody come in behind her would be able to follow what's going on, be able to archive the materials we do have. And I don't see any of it happening. If it's happening, it's not being reported.
So in other words, nothing happened. Basically.
Yeah. And
Well, I
that's
think we,
not why we funded it. We funded it because we wanted it.
so I think you're right. I think about 2019 maybe is when we started funding this
Mhm.
department, thereabouts. So we did have a couple of bad years there, no doubt. And then we had some membership pass away.
Yeah.
And then everybody's personal life also changes, you know, during a period of flux like that. I know that I've fielded probably 4 or 5 phone calls from folks who have interest in the Historical Society.
Yay.
Yeah. But again, everybody's personal life is very busy, and I don't think there's any change in membership.
Maybe make it a volunteer committee, see if your chair will be okay with that. And if something has to be done, everybody comes together, gets it done on a volunteer basis. Or is your chair not gonna work? Is Luann gonna not work unless we pay her? Is that her interest? Is it volunteer or is it pay?
Well, I don't think she should be cataloging things and be expected to do things without getting paid some kind of hourly wage. I know that she has another job, and she also is taking care of a grandchild, as well as an elderly mother. And so I think her time to devote to the Historical Society has dropped dramatically to almost nothing. And I get that. I say we probably should cut this budget by about 50% for this year and see where it goes. See if she did just recently turn in some hours. That's the $638. You see that just appeared in the salaries line item. Of course, they don't have any meetings. I would think that we could safely cut it by 50%, and that still maybe won't be used. And we can always do a budget amendment if for some reason the activity picks up. But we have funded this now for 2 years that, you know, hardly anything's been done. And I get it, there was COVID, but a lot of it, you know, and Luann used to come in here one day a week and she's come in here. She comes in here on the weekend, I think, once in a while. But she could be doing some things at home. We've never told her she had to do it here. So I know she has historical society things at home, and she can bring those back when she's done with them and get some more stuff or whatever. I don't know how much space she's got to devote to historical society stuff at her home either. But I think we probably should respond to the fact that we've got 2 years running now with little activity, and we take it down, you know, 50% or whatever the board wants to do.
I think we
And
go
see if
5.
see if we have activity and go from there.
A half, why not go to 5? I mean, your expenses were only 1580. Why not go to 5? And if you need more, add it. Go to 5,000 instead of 20. Because you're gonna redo everything anyways, so start fresh. You're leaving 5 in there as a start. You want to pay other people in other departments, you got to figure out where to find it, Cheryl.
Well, we wouldn't be taking money out of the,
I understand that,
excuse
Cheryl.
me, I'm responding to your
I
remark.
wasn't done talking, so it doesn't matter,
Be my
Cheryl.
guest.
My opinion
talking.
is 5. My opinion's 5.
And my opinion is we cut it by 50%. Cut the wages cut the salary by 50%. It's not going to hurt us to leave the $1,200 in wages. Remember, we were maybe going to use that if we have members to pay them for their attendance at meetings or to help catalog things. And see where it goes this year. And, you know, maybe Luann really, I'm not speaking for her, but perhaps Luann just really doesn't have the time to devote to this anymore. And maybe we're going to be looking for a new historical society director. I haven't heard any rumblings about that. But I think we can safely reduce the salaries by half. And like I say, we can always make a budget amendment later if we need to.
And so why don't we charge for any of the things that Luann does? So at least one of the phone calls I received, somebody bought property here in the township and wanted to have a historical, you know, kind of chronological order to their property. And I don't know if Luann did any of that for them or not. If she did, I'm not sure that she turned her time in. Long story short, I think that when Luann gets special requests like that, why can't we charge those people?
I don't know anything about this, Ron. Do historical societies normally charge for those type of services? I'm ignorant in this area. I have
Me
no
too.
idea.
Me too. And that was one of the things that really, I think we were looking towards Luann to get, you know, kind of figured
A
out.
program set up in
Yeah.
some way of what,
Yep. But as you know, Cheryl pointed out, policy creation and family, one won out over the other, which I understand. So I've got no problem to go 75 and leave the 12. 7,500 on 702 salary. And leave 703 where it's at.
That'd be my recommendation.
I'm good with that.
Heidi, can you move from 5,000 to 7,500?
Sure.
Are
I'm
you,
finding out if historical societies charge for things.
are you comfortable with the $1,200 in wages for potential members?
I think that would be at the members' call at this point. Because if you're gonna start something all over again, you might get 4 or 5 people that come in here and say, we're gonna do it for free. You don't
Members-
know.
Remember, that's also recording secretary wages for the meetings.
Okay. So really the 1,200 is just, that's all recording secretary.
Pretty much.
Who does the recording secretary for?
Luann does. Does that move 715 to 540?
Bear with me a minute. What was the question, Cheryl?
Does that move line item 715 to $540?
Yeah. Mine calculates 539, but close enough.
And then 716 to 126 or 7?
Yes, 126. That brings the department total of 11,941.
I'm sorry, what was 715 and 716 again?
539. And 126.
I thought it was 540. You're making it
You can
539.
go 540. I'm happy with that.
540 is wages or is 715? I got that wrong, sorry.
540 is line item 715.
Got it. What does that make the total again?
11,941.
Thank you.
Moving on to insurances, contingency, and capital expense. Insurance looks like we pulled out $3,500. Contingency remains at 20,000.
I just noticed that that has not been used at all in the last 2 years.
But that's a
Probably
good
a
thing.
good
right?
idea to leave it in there, but it has not been used.
Yeah, but that's a good thing. That means our budget is contemplating everything it needs.
Right.
There were no real surprises, in my opinion.
Right.
So I have a question on capital expenditures. My note originally indicated $25,000 for paint, flooring, and moving, $40,000 for heating, $10,000 for new bathrooms, $10,000 for parking lot lights. That's certainly more than $30,000. Did we prioritize that list in one of our meetings?
Well, I believe what you said was pick one. You thought we should pick one,
And we did the lights.
and we left it at 30,000 without actually picking one. You recommended we do one of the items listed.
And then just let time dictate whichever one that happens to be.
I guess.
I remember something about parking lot lights being relatively high on the priority list.
Yeah, they are. And I don't think we're going to be able to do this motion light out here on the porch either, because after thinking about it, the Bureau of Elections has mandated that drop boxes have to be lit 24/7. So we can't do a motion light. We can't have it in the dark.
But a
Also
motion
has to
light,
be video recorded
but a motion light wouldn't be in the dark, would it?
It
when it's off.
when it's off, it would be dark.
Yeah,
Those should be lit out there anyway.
yeah. So that light has to stay during election time, like starting pretty soon, because we just mailed out the AV app. So that light needs to be on at night for people dropping things off. That's mandated by the Bureau of Elections. So we can't do the motion light.
Hey, you know, Ron, they change things constantly with elections.
What I'm snickering about is we're going to be short on electricity. And
And then
we
they
make all
mandate.
these mandates that just
Unfunded
thinks about it.
mandates, that's what the state's all about.
go counterproductive, you know? I just,
Well, there was
carbon
all the,
neutral people,
there was all the problem with drop boxes in 2020. So they've come up with some rules for drop boxes.
so we'll
So
probably
we
have,
can be thankful that we only have one.
so we'll probably have to refocus that camera or add another camera out there for just the drop boxes, huh?
It's not
Now,
a bad
I need to
idea.
look at the exact language of it, what they say, because you have to save the recording for so long. So we're gonna have to make sure that we've got, you know, something that's saving I don't know how often it writes over, but I'll get that to you.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that's going to be relatively labor intensive. I think our current terabyte is available for about 27 to 30 days. And a lot of it depends on the wind, believe it or not, because
the one sets it off.
tree limb shadows.
Oh, yeah.
So the
Yeah.
camera looks for change in reflection,
Right, right.
and when it sees that in a certain section it's supposed to be looking at,
Right.
it then triggers.
Well, we could do something as simple as, well, I don't know, putting a blink camera out there or something.
Blink camera,
Blink camera.
Yeah, blink
Oh.
cameras, home security cameras.
okay.
I'm very familiar with those. But they're motion
Yeah.
activated. So I gotta read the specs.
Okay.
I'll get it to you. I just made a note to myself to do
You know,
that.
those little portable drives, they come in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gigabyte sizes. If you needed to move something from the main over to that for the purposes of keeping it for whatever the election, new election law says you have to keep it for, you could always do that, just.
And that was my thought right there, is that, you know, we would just, every 10 days, we would download the
Just do a
video
dump.
file,
Yep.
do a dump, there you go, or a push.
Yep.
And
Of
we
course,
just,
those are horrendously huge data files.
Yeah,
you know.
but you can set it up to do it automatically. You know, you
Yeah.
push the button and walk away. You don't have to stand there and watch it.
yeah,
You know, and then when it's done, you take that, and mark it with the date and put it aside.
and I would think that one 5 terabyte drive would handle several months, if not almost a year.
So that
Now-
might be the solution for
Now you
you.
have that 3 terabyte drive that went with that camera. Is that camera working? You have,
I've
the-
never been able to get that camera to work.
well, you still have the software
I
and
have the
the,
software. I don't have a drive for that camera.
yeah, you signed that out. It's a light blue drive, 3 terabyte, I think, drive that you have for that. So that could be repurposed to this here,
I mean, if that's not working,
right?
We've never been able to make that camera work.
Well, I sure was railed against here a few years ago for not having that camera working, and then you took it over. And we're
You've
supposed
not
to
been
get it
able to get it
working
to
and
work.
never have. So,
I didn't buy junk. Somebody else bought the junk.
well, no,
So-
it was donated to us.
Like I said,
It was donated by the Manguses.
junk is junk.
so
So I'm just going to put a note here to finish off that we'll leave the original capital expenditure projects and that one will be picked. Is that consensus of the board?
you mean you're gonna leave the list, but we're gonna pick one? Is that what you're saying?
As it becomes apparently important to us.
Well, and I think we add Dropbox or election Dropbox surveillance, even though we don't have any kind of quote, I think we just add that as a possible item that money's going to be spent out of there for.
Okay.
Maybe it's election Dropbox lighting / surveillance.
Because that is a mandate from election, should that come out of elections?
If you want to put the money in the election budget for it. It's not currently in there. We do
But
have
it's
a
also
capital
gonna-
expenditure line item in, but we don't have any, we do have a laptop coming out of there, $600.
I'm not sure that it should go under just elections.
No, I don't think so.
because
either. It's a building
I've got the
item.
treasurer's box out there too, and I think it's a great idea to have it monitored better than it is.
That's right. And zoning has a box out there too.
Yeah.
So it's going to cover all three.
All right.
So make it just Dropbox lighting / surveillance is what I would suggest.
Security / lighting, maybe. Depending
Yeah,
on
whatever.
what your research finds.
So the bottom line, I think we were leaving that at 30,000.
Yep. Is that your interpretation, Heidi?
Yep.
Della?
Yep.
And transfers out. This one, I think we should probably handle when we get to the funds, or do you want to?
Well, I forgot to put the breakdown of them in here, which they will be on the document that goes to budget public hearing. But maybe we should make a note that we have 18,000 going to road, 15,000 to road repair replacement, 35,000 to fire, 57,200 to rec, 50,000 to public improvement, and 50,000 to fire cap improvement. Because I wonder if we want to make some changes. I mean,
Yeah.
just right now.
Well, I have some notes that we thought potentially taking the 50 out of road repair and the 50 out of public improvement for this year to see where that got us on the balance line. And
I don't have a problem with that.
did you say 18,000 for road fund or 15,000?
18.
What was 15,000 that you said?
I didn't say any 15.
15,000 for, no, that was 18 for road.
Yeah, it should be 18 for road, 50K for road replacement, 57.2 for recreation, 35 for fire wages, 50K for fire fund, 50K for public fund is what I have noted.
That's what adds up to $260,000, 200,000.
Makes sense. And currently, we are looking at about a $430,000 deficit budget.
Well, the bottom line I have here is 317,186 operating deficit, and we didn't make, we actually took some money out, I think. Let's see, if I took that 317,186. And so we, well, that's a revenue. Well, we added 10,000 to revenue. So that would reduce that by 10,000. Then we added 10,000 to election wages. But we took 296 out of Social Security. And we took 16 out of Medicare for that.
Not
And
sure
then
we
we
added
took-
10,000 to election. I thought
I'm sorry, no, we added 2.
I thought we only
Yeah.
added 2.
Right, okay, so I've messed that up already.
Well, that's all right. I mean, we can double check the number. The one I have currently is about 430 in the red.
No, that's not anywhere near correct. It's 317,186 is the bottom line on this document, which automatically adds all the numbers.
So I'm talking township total budget, right? So
Oh, total, you mean the
Yeah.
grand total of all
grand
funds?
total of all
Oh,
funds,
okay, well, I'm just
not
talking.
just general fund.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, so I do apologize for that. So what I have for the, general fund is 300,440 as a loss. 300,440 as a loss.
I have 300,801, but it's pretty close.
Yeah.
What do you got, Cheryl?
300,440 is what you have, and what I have is 300,801.
And I'm sure that's just in, my rounds.
Round,
Yeah.
your rounds,
Yeah.
hers non-rounds.
Are we moving on to road fund?
That's where I'm at. Is everybody happy thus far with general fund, or were we still looking at potentially removing 50K from road repair and 50K from public improvement?
Oh, I think we should do that, actually, for this year. Because we are planning, 2 years ago, we transferred 225,000. And then the current fiscal year, we've transferred 220, so we're going up by $40,200 in that, and
Well,
some of
this
what
year-
we're having to do for wages and that type of thing, and fire engine and,
Storm damage.
yeah, storm damage, brining. I would be fine with removing the 50,000 to road repair and the 50,000 to public improvement for this year.
Heidi, what are your thoughts?
Well. People are.
Before you answer
I'm
that,
sorry.
before you answer that, could I just direct everybody's attention to packet page 31.
What's on the page? I have it in a hard copy.
Sure, and that would be cash balance
Balance report.
reports
Oh,
as of February 28th.
yeah.
And so Heidi, let me know when you get to that.
I'm there.
page. Okay. So we're talking about Fund 204, Road Repair Replacement Fund, not providing an additional 50,000 to that this year. It has a balance of 416,000 in it.
We need to get that number to 5, don't we, to match, correct?
Well, I could jump ahead a little bit to the road fund and tell you my interpretation of what we learned on March 1st. It doesn't matter what we have. The road commission is not coming to fix our roads. And then the other thing, the other fund we're looking at not providing additional money to this year is Fund
401.
401. Thank you, Della. And it has about 137,000 in it. And I think we were going to look at using the public improvement fund for planning services. Is that kind of the impression you're under, Ardella?
Mhm.
Well, that was what we talked about, is that would be used for C2AE. And let me find the other one here. It was C2AE and a High Prairie Park survey.
I don't have the High Prairie Park survey in here. I have professional service remaining balance of facilities study and possible follow-up.
No, we talked extensively about a High Prairie. You asked me to look for a survey, and we put some money in there for a survey. You guys talked about how expensive surveys are. I think you said we wouldn't get one for under 12,000
She's talking about a
for
survey,
a walking trail.
walking trail. Not a survey if we're gonna do something in the park.
Right, not a question and answer to anybody, a ground survey, a land survey.
I got it. I'll make that change.
And just a little update on that, at that meeting on the 28th, when we were talking about that fund, and I had asked Therese what we were paying C2AE that day, it was $7,100. But they never sent, well, they sent them to the wrong email address. Our November and December statements, they sent them to clerk@whitewatertownship.com. Of course, we never got those. And so we had more to pay that day than we got those. They sent them to us because I had Therese call them and say, what are these outstanding invoices that are showing up on our bill here? We don't have these. We had paid in January, and then that was a February payment. And so I don't know what that was, but this balance here in that fund of the 137, I think you were pointing to, that's with C2AE paid for
date?
4 invoices. Yeah. And I can't remember, I do have a sheet that shows, it was another 3,000 and some dollars or something like that.
But weren't we
That we owed
budgeting
them.
10,000 to come out of there, correct?
Well, we were budgeting 13,600 for C2AE. This is the $30,000 number. Because Ron had 10 and then it went to 30. And 13,600 was my estimate of what we still owed C2AE, but we didn't owe them quite that much. And then this High Prairie Park land survey, we pegged at 16,400 to come up with 30,000.
I didn't make any changes on mine.
Yeah, we moved that to 30,000.
I'd left it at 10. Is that where yours was at, Ardella?
Well, that wouldn't have even covered the rest of C2AE's bills.
Too many pages on here.
Our total contract with them is 23,000 for both studies.
And how much do you think you've paid thus far?
Well, I was saying that day that we had paid 2,300 in January. We're going to be paying 7,100 that day on the 28th. And that was a total of 9,400. But then I found out after the meeting that there were these 2 invoices that did not,
So how much have we
Reach us.
paid them?
what it says right here on the document. In public improvement.
12,800.
Yep.
So there's 8,000 left on. 10,000 left to pay them.
It's a total of 23,000 and we've paid, yep, 12850.
So we jumped ahead here
150. Yeah, right.
significantly.
Yeah,
And
because we
really-
were talking about the transfers.
really my goal was just to have Heidi clue in on the balances.
Right, right.
And so,
I understand what you're doing, Ron, but if we don't even know what the road commission's gonna do we really wanna not put anything in that fund?
so some leeway here to move into the road fund for the same purpose we went to public improvement fund.
Well, as long as it comes back to transfers.
Sure, yeah. So in short, the plan that doesn't work.
Correct.
And so the road commission will never be coming to local roads. What they have decided to do is take their annual allotment of about $500,000 of dollars that was set aside because they estimate winter maintenance to be here at one number, and if it comes in low, generally they have about $500,000 left over in their winter budget, which they then move out to the townships to work on projects. These are projects that are for local roads only. These are roads that would dead end to a subdivision, for example. They don't go into the subdivision, but the road leading to the subdivision. Okay, that's a local road. Now, the road commission will take that $500,000 and split it between the 13 townships based on a formula that they've come up with of population and something else. Round numbers, we get about $34,000 annually from the road commission that is put into our account. We can then bank that account for 3 years plus the current, which I'm thinking is 4 years, but the road commission disagrees with 4 years. So they're saying you can bank 3 plus the current. So there must be a financial difference there. Long story short, again, we've got about $135,000 over 4 years that we can work with to do a road project.
So are they gonna give us that money if we don't spend it?
Nope. If we don't come up with a road project that we want to do,
You don't
they
get it.
will.
Oh, they will?
They will pick one.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say they reincorporate it, like they're gonna steal it.
No, but
Are they gonna
Um,
pick one in ours?
yes,
Okay.
yes. My point is $135,000 road project is about 12 foot of a road.
It ain't even pothole fixing.
So did I hear you say we'll get about 34,000 annually?
Yes,
And that we have coming to us right now 135,000, or that's spread over the next 4 years?
so this is a draft proposal at this point,
Okay,
okay? So we have nothing coming to us. What we are allotted annually is about $34,000
In their new plan.
in their new plan.
What are we currently getting?
Currently, the $500,000 is up for grab. The township has to have 75% set aside of whatever project we want to do before the county will come and match their 25. So currently, if we had a $100 project planned, Whitewater Township has to have $75 in their hand. The road commission will bring the other $25 to complete the project.
okay, so under the new plan, Whitewater Township is allotted about $34,000 annually. And what did you say about the 4 years and the 135,000? I want to understand that.
Accumulated for 3 years. On the 4th year, you'll get the 4th year, but after that, they'll decide what happens with it. Is that correct?
They'll decide what project in your township gets done.
Okay, so if the township doesn't do a project within 3 years, they will decide in the 4th year what project gets done?
That's, I think, a good way of describing 3 plus the current, right?
And then the township must have 75% set aside before the county will match
No.
their 25%.
That's the way it is now.
That's the way it
That's
is
the way it
now.
is
Their
now.
proposal
That's gone away.
is.
Oh, I
the
see.
3
Okay.
in the 4th.
All right,
Now they are increasing their match to 50%.
Oh, snap.
So now, if we have the same $100 road project, Whitewater Township only has to have $50 in their hand. The road commission will come with the other 50, which comes from your allotment.
I
So
say we
they're-
put it in.
So their max contribution per year is about $34,000 per township.
Did they happen to say how much each township is actually, how much money they're getting for each township's road? I mean, they're
Why-
getting federal funds, they're getting state funds, they're getting millage funds. Did they happen to say by
Why-
township?
Why
how
would
it-
they do that?
Well, because it'd make it very obvious that it's not being divvied out in proportion to what they're actually getting.
I never thought of that.
I bet you didn't. I mean, I bet you just sat there and didn't say a word.
The meeting was recorded, by the way, and I've asked for the recording.
So did the other supervisors, I know we're diving off into the great unknown
That's all
here,
right.
but
We have to decide whether we're gonna put the money there or not. So
did the other supervisors voice their opinions the same way you did?
No. Larger townships. Garfield, East Bay, to a lesser extent, Blair, did not like the project because they have been very active, like Whitewater, at setting dollars aside.
decide to
For
finally
many-
be able to repair your road.
Setting dollars aside since 2013, is that maybe when the millage went in, when we understood what our financial contribution to this program was. And so Blair, Garfield, and East Bay, they were just like Whitewater, setting money aside each year to get these programs going. And they have been very active in all three of those townships with roundabouts and street stuff in Garfield. So they've been taking part in that $500,000 as a first come, first serve. So Whitewater gets in there. We put our name on the list for probably next year. That was my idea, because if we were going to continue to fund roads at 100,000, we'd have about $500,000.
Threshold.
Now we can do, closer to $1 million project, thinking we get a SAD for a little bit of the, right? So we can probably do a 1 or a 2 mile road project.
And that takes all the money we have.
And that takes all the money we have, right? So now I'm kind of at a loss. I'm
We
not,
were so close too.
well, I am not going to be the road commission's messenger that they're not coming. We've got people on Skigmog Point Road that was actually listed, I believe, in the 2013 campaign brochure as one of the roads that would get done. It's not happening.
So where is this money going that's the people are paying for in their taxes, the millage that the road commission hit? Where is this money going? Because it's not coming here.
It's going into the whole system.
Yeah. Not earmarked. Michigan doesn't earmark.
It's
the
going
money.
for the whole system.
Honestly, I don't know if other road commissions run the same way ours does. It'd be interesting to find out, or if it's just one of those agencies that nobody pays attention to and they make up their own rules as they go along. I don't know, but it seems like if there was ever a time for an oversight, this would be it.
So I circulated a calendar last week, a doodle poll. You responded. I think you're the only one I've got so far.
I will be. I have lots of email to catch up on.
Sure.
I doodled.
You doodled. It was my first doodle poll, so I hope it's successful. Long story short, I don't know where to put the money anymore for roads, because clearly we're not going to be able to afford any type of meaningful road repair. We're just not.
Pretty soon, we're gonna have some gravel on some of these roads.
Well, and all along, it has always been my understanding that not all of this money was going to go to any one road, and that the public is going to have special assessment districts for roads. We've already had a big one in this township that covered 4 miles of roads. I get it. People don't want to pay that kind of stuff, but this little township cannot 100% fund the 50% now, they're going back to the 50%. See, it was 50% back in 2006.
Yes,
too.
it was. Yep.
And so now they've gone back 15 years or 16 years and gone back to that.
But
But,
they've limited the funds they're gonna
but that-
actually
but that's
contribute.
still not, you know, where the townships, I mean, or, you know, and what had to happen was bonds had to be sold. And that's how that got funded. And that's how that is going to happen on the roads in this township that need the major road repair. So this money is not, in my opinion, I'm not gonna vote for this money. I don't care what amount's in there. I'm not gonna vote for it to go all to one road. I mean, we've been setting money aside. I've got the history of it in my, here somewhere in my paperwork. You know, we've been setting this money aside since I think the 2013, 2014 fiscal year, when we started with $3,500. And the next year was $4,100. And then we went to the six figures, but never along the way in all of those budget years has it ever been my understanding that we're saving this money to do one road. And then we start all over. No, that's never been my understanding. That is not the reality of road funding these days.
I think
Was that even
with like the
proposed here?
people, I think like with the people on Skagmog Point Road, they realized that there was going to have to be a special assessment. Gone are the days, and I think this board understands that, where the township and the county road commission is going to pay for a replacement of a road that's so bad that needs to be replaced, or major repairs on it. And we've talked about this many times, that it's going to have to be shared expense with the taxpayer, the township, and the county road commission. We got very lucky on Baggs Road by having
Yeah.
4 entities.
Yeah.
You know, we're probably never going to see that situation again. We'll see 3. The taxpayer, the township, and the county being the least. They will give us the least amount of money for these roads. But I have never thought that we were going to take and just spend it on one road either, because we've got the idea of the special assessment.
And I'll just
So-
point out that the WMDLS Special Assessment District, the township contributed not one dime.
And you're right. And I think that's a mistake that was made. And I think that the people of this county are going to be pissed when they realize that everybody's going to have special assessments to replace and do major repairs on their road, and they're paying a millage.
Yeah.
They're not going to be happy. And I don't know if the road commissions have thought that all the way through, but don't they have like a renewal of that millage coming up in a little bit here?
It was just renewed, I think, in 2020.
Wow.
Wait till you have somebody like in your subdivision, Cheryl, or mine, where you have to pay an assessment to get the road to your subdivision done.
But not your subdivision.
And then you have to pay 100% of the cost to get your subdivision road done.
It's just not right.
So that's going to add tens of thousands of dollars to people's tax
You know
bill.
what you'll see? You'll see people going back to gravel roads because the county has to maintain those.
Well, you should see
No.
some of the, no, they don't.
Nope,
No, they don't.
nope. I think the answer to this is to get a more efficient road commission than the one we currently have. And I've said that publicly
It's getting
at a
kind of
road
obvious.
commission meeting, and within 2 or 3 days later, we have a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit sign on Vinton Road. Did you notice that?
I noticed that the other day. I was like, woo,
So
doggy.
to say retribution isn't here.
But they did, after you said that, they did get out there and fix Gay Road right away.
Yeah,
They did.
they did. Yeah.
And
So-
it's my understanding that if a road's not posted, it is 55. So,
Agreed. So
yeah.
why did they put the sign up?
I don't know.
Right.
Maybe they didn't want people going 65. They sure as hell go 65 past here. No, I'm not kidding.
No,
Including the school bus.
yeah. So bringing it back to transfers, which is how we got way out in the weeds. I can't in good faith tell you that I know what I'm going to do with $50,000 of investment. Because I can't even complete 5-year crack ceiling with that.
Nope.
And this is a 1-year thing that I think we just don't fund the roads. And we try and make a plan.
Well, here's a thought. Why not fund it just in case the road commission, somebody kicks them and says, you can't do this? What if that happens? I
Well,
mean, is it pretty much a done deal what they've already done? They got board approval, or they don't have to get board approval, or they
It
can
seems
just
like
do
they'd have to
whatever
get
they want?
State approval or something. Somebody should be
Something's-
overseeing this. and
Ron, I would throw
not.
the 50 in there, because if something stinks here, and sooner or later, somebody's gonna get a lot of phone calls in the right place, and then we'll be back to the same thing again. Maybe?
I didn't ask that question,
I'm
Heidi
sorry.
or Della, but I did ask. You did all this work and never came to ask your constituents what they needed, what they thought would be the right thing? And both board members that were in this meeting, their jaws hit the table like, no.
Okay,
We didn't ask the people we work for what they wanted.
Because they don't think of it that way. They don't think of it as they are employees of Grand Traverse County residents. They don't think of it that way.
So back to transfers. I'm sitting here telling you that I don't know what I would do with the 50,000 if you gave it to this fund.
Mhm.
yeah, but okay, if we throw it in there though, Ron, we're getting closer to our 500, right?
Well, 500 isn't a magical number,
I
right?
understand that, but-
understood you're trying to get to that goal.
Yeah, and so I'm trying to get to 25% of a $3 million project, right? Our roads are between many of our dead end roads or road ends.
Mhm.
Okay, so our roads end in lakes. None of those, all of those are considered local roads. They dead end into a lake. So the longest one we have happens to be Skigmont Point Road. Cook Road is the next longest. And then we go up the west side of Elk Lake. Each of those are about a mile, mile and a half long. Thinking about a 2-mile project because they're all rated 3 or under, so they're all red, which indicates a complete crush and shape. Thinking $750,000 per mile times 2 miles, it's $1.5 million. 25% of that is about $300,000. 325 round numbers. That's where I think we need to be with our fund, and we're there. But now the rules have changed on us. And 25% was just a number that we had used in Baggs Road because there were 4 people. And if the road commission can do 75, now 50%, but really it's 50% of a road project up to your annual allotment. We'll never get there. We will never get there.
They're gonna do retroactive for all the years they haven't done anything here.
They don't think they haven't done anything.
You know,
Who are you
those
kidding?
are all good questions.
I think that's a discussion for another day.
It
I'd like
is.
to get through the budget here.
So I'm willing to forego the 50,000 this year. Heidi, you do have a good point, and I can support it either way. It's what the board wants to do.
I
Well-
say we remove it.
So you guys are saying that for public improvement, 50,000 and the 50,000 for the road repair fund. So that's 100,000 would be taking out of transfer out. Is that correct?
That is the current discussion in front of us.
I can support that.
Heidi, can you be comfortable for a 1-year delay? Would you
I'm only
like,
compromising. I'm not comfortable, I'm compromising.
so transfer out becomes 160,200?
Yep.
Resulting in a new general fund budget deficit of 200,440.
Again, my number would be 200,801, but we'll let the program figure it out.
I just wonder if the rest of the townships decided to stop putting money aside to do any road replacement funds, if they just stop planning, if that would send the message to the county.
Got a lot of roads in the,
I think they need to start getting some phone calls from their constituents.
And I will be a big supporter of that once the board hears directly from the road commission what their proposal is.
When are we gonna hear about that? Do you know?
Well, that's why I sent the doodle poll last week. for
Oh,
people
okay,
to
yeah. Well,
respond.
I'll respond to that, but. So, okay.
So public improvement is going to go to 0, and we put 30,000 into professional services for public improvement. That brings us back to road fund. Is that a correct accounting?
Yep.
The road commission was supposed to open up brine bids on Friday. They said they would let us know as soon as they could. So hopefully we have information from them. Indication is that the price will probably be 50% higher than it was last year.
oh,
Great.
man.
So we're going to be putting $70,000 a year in our gravel roads just to keep the dust down.
That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will say that, again, being in the road fund, right? That's why I'm bringing this up. So we are staying on task. Last year, he wasn't a planning commission member yet, but Al Keaton, coming from the petroleum industry, has tons of contacts, local produced oil well brine that is certified by the state, that can be spread on the roads, available on River Road in Grand Traverse County. You just have to pick it up. So Al and I think once we understand what the cost will be, I hope Al will still help me research this a little bit, because $70,000 for road brining is just nuts.
I'll say it again, it's ridiculous. And how much of that is the county actually making off of this?
That's a good point.
Are they even going to the same place to get their brine?
Well, to me, it makes no sense to bring brine up out of Bay City or Saginaw. But understand, they are not bringing oil well brine. They are bringing a chemical mixture using Dow flake potassium chloride, not calcium chloride, or maybe it's calcium, not potassium. It's one or the other. It continues to absorb water. So it's got some big.
I'll be honest with you, it used to be when they used to put the oil field brine on, it stayed down a whole lot longer than this new stuff that absorbs moisture. It goes way fast.
Well, we haven't gotten this calcium chloride, I think it is, that is supposed to last like 3 times as long. So I think that's what that Great Lakes chloride was putting down last year in some of the other townships, and I heard good things about it. First of all, they got it down on time,
Right.
and then it lasts longer.
Flake
than
got
oil
it.
well brine.
And as you know, 90% of Don's route is gravel. And he said, yeah, they got it down. It was gone in 2 weeks.
Oh,
But the supervisors.
but they don't, I don't think they got the calcium chloride, did they?
They
Yeah,
did.
they did.
Yeah, us and
Paradise.
Paradise, I believe, were the only 2 counties that selected. There might have been one other one. No, Union.
I think it was Long Lake.
No, Long Lake went with the high dollar stuff, but I was thinking it was out that way too. At any rate,
Yeah.
We just don't have a real good support system from the road commission here. And I can tell you our $35,000 probably is not going to do the brining this year. But we'll have to wait and see.
I think unless we have some hard numbers, we're gonna have to amend the budget on that.
Yeah.
I think we would be really guessing right now.
Yes,
I would rather not do that.
yeah. So that leaves about a negative $9,900 in that particular fund. And of course, that's estimated.
And that's with the $18,000 transfer from the general fund.
That is what I have recorded. And then it looks like total revenue for that account is about $27,530.
Yep.
Any questions on road fund? And to help Don out maybe a little bit, and Heidi, road fund is really for our gravel road brining and street lights. I can't think of anything else we pay out of that fund, do we?
We don't pay anything else out of that fund.
Okay.
Those are the only 2 expenditure line items we have.
And the road repair fund is really thought about for our paved roads. But we could do a gravel road project out of it too.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's more about rebuilding the road that's there, whether or not it's gravel or bit asphalt.
Thank you.
Can we move on to road repair fund?
Well, the new total revenue is 400.
I'm sorry.
Total revenue is 400. We took out the $50,000 transfer.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
So then the bottom line will be an operating deficit of 160,600, but of course we know how much money we have in that fund, so.
How did you get 160,000, Cheryl?
Because if you take out the 50,000 of revenue.
Yeah.
You're gonna have, you got the 161,000 of expenditures minus your $400 of revenue. You get 160,600. Because the 110,600 contemplates $50,000, the $50,000 transfer.
So are we still planning on expending out 156,000?
Well, 161 total, because there's 5,000 in contingency.
Right.
I guess I assumed that we were going to leave that expenditure figure
And that's fine.
as it is, not having really enough other information to go on.
In any of the calculations that you see over there in the left-hand column are now gone. Deemed not accurate at this point.
Oh, you mean on your document?
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
you know,
Right.
the one bright spot is that the road commission is picking up 120 miles of what they consider to be through collector roads in various townships. So that's going to be Williamsburg Road and Elk Lake Road for us. They couldn't answer whether or not Angel and to a lesser extent Town Line would be considered a through local road.
Sawyer and
Yeah, what about bracket? Where it
Bracket,
becomes
no.
bracket or whatever it is by
Holly.
the time it gets.
I
to
would think,
Lake, how
yeah. I would think that those three roads,
Makes sense, but
Yeah, they,
'Cause
they couldn't answer at the time of the meeting. So I've asked them to provide a list that has not been provided as of Friday.
and for that matter, Bunker Hill Road, because it goes all the way through to 31.
There you go. But that's gravel,
Okay.
not coming.
So are we done with road repair replacement?
I think so. Fire fund, are we still looking at a revenue of 288,500?
Yep.
Are we looking at total of expenses at 249,917?
Total expenses, 287,819,
Mhm.
leaving $681 positive balance.
Okay, I was looking at the wrong page. Sorry about that.
And I know I had to adjust the pension plan line item because that was at 6010, which was based on no change in the chief's wage, and his wage went to 61,903. So I adjusted that up by $181 to 6191. So we can run through all the numbers of expenditures if you want.
Well, 40,000 is a lot to be off. You know, I can accept a couple $100 just in,
Why don't we run down through the numbers then?
okay.
So 702 should be 61,903. 703 went to 3825. 705 training went to 28,000. 707 is unchanged. We added 709 on-call wages,
Unchanged at what?
14, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We added the 709 on-call wages for the shift work of 21,000. 713 unchanged at 4,000. 715 went from 6,500 to 8,400.
Which one was that?
715, did I say 715? Social Security.
So I have that at 7981.
Well,
So I have chief's wages, 703 wages, 705 wages, run wages, and on-call wages.
which comes to 128, 728. And I get, okay, I do get 7981 for Social Security.
Yeah, that's what I
So I don't
have.
remember how we got the 8,400. So we're gonna adjust that down to 70, really to 8,000. Because it's 7981. So we should probably go to 8,000 for that. And then,
1867 is what I get on FICA.
yeah, 1867. See, I would have rounded that to 1870, but
That's fine.
let's just round it to 1870. So that took out a little bit there. So 8,000 and 1870 for those costs.
Good for me.
727 office supplies unchanged at 1,200, 728 postage unchanged at 150, fuel and oil unchanged at 5,000, operating expense unchanged at 7,000, turnout gear unchanged at 7,000, uniforms unchanged at 3,000, medical services unchanged at 3,000, professional services unchanged at 1,000, lawn maintenance unchanged at 500, janitorial unchanged at 600, waste removal unchanged at 200, mutual aid unchanged at 1,500, contractual unchanged at 3,000, pension plan up by $181 to $61.91 based on the chief's new wage. Dues and memberships unchanged at 12, snow plowing unchanged at 15, internet unchanged at 12. Community education unchanged at 500, mileage unchanged at 250, meals, lodging unchanged at 1,000, education unchanged at 5,000, publishing unchanged at 500, natural gas unchanged at 1,000, electricity unchanged at 4,000, telephone unchanged at 1,250, cell phone unchanged at 600, water unchanged at 1,000, facility repairs, maintenance unchanged at 7,000, equipment repair and maintenance unchanged at 5,500, vehicle repair unchanged at 20,000, capital expenditure unchanged at 18,000, liability insurance unchanged at 18,000. So that's where I got the 287,819 before these changes that we just made.
And I have 287,339. So for some reason, we're no longer 40,000 off.
Yeah, no. And actually, we just took a little bit out. So I was showing a $681 black budget, and it'll be, you know, for
$1,661 black now. Or thereabouts.
So what's the
1661.
total expenses now?
I have it at 287,339. But you could have a couple of rounding issues in there.
I have it at 287,339. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
287,339, yep. We just took a little bit out of those two costs.
And then the final was what, 1,000?
1161 black.
Thank you.
Yep. No, I'm sorry, 1161, yeah, 1161. some reason I wrote down 1661.
That brings us to Park Fund. Heidi, are you good with fire?
Yep.
Okay. And Della, I trust you're fine too.
Yes.
Bringing us to Park Fund.
We only made 2 changes to that on 217, and that had to do with putting the $200,000 in grants and changing propane from 1,200 to 1,500. And I realize we haven't put in the total cost of the park project, of the boat launch entryway project, but I don't know that that's all going to be paid for in this fiscal year. That plans and project manual will be coming to the board in April. And as far as the wages, did a little more homework on wages for service sector jobs. And here's some information I got. Working on cherry farms, you know, that's all seasonal. They don't get any benefits. Trimmers at $16 an hour, tractor drivers at 17, shaker drivers 18 to 20. Burnett Foods up in Elk Rapids, their seasonal help is going to 16 to 18 an hour for 2022. Checking on like a 2 housekeeping jobs, because housekeeping includes cleaning bathrooms, and you have to remember that park rangers clean bathrooms out there, and they really clean them.
3 times a day, isn't it?
We're 4.
Or
They're really known for their clean bathrooms out there. Cambria Suites, Comfort Inn, Best Western is starting at $16 an hour. If they stay the season, they get a $5 an hour bonus. They also get college tuition. Their average wage is $23 an hour. Now the Sleep Inn and Acme, last summer, they were paying $12.50 plus a $2 bonus if someone stayed the season, but they only got 1 new housekeeper last year at those wages because no one's working for those wages. And they are planning to raise their rates. Burger King is the $17 an hour full-time, but they can't get help. Dishwashers up in Elk Rapids, Wood Flame Pizza, which used to be Siren Hall. They're up to $16 an hour for dishwashing. And the Dam Shop, which is that new place up there at the Elk River Marina, they start everybody at $14.50 an hour, but you get tips of $4 to $8 an hour. So you're basically talking $18.50 to $22.50 an hour. So those are just some of the service jobs we looked at. So I really think, and I had already budgeted for it, the $17 an hour starting wage. I mean, if you took 10%, it'd be $16.50 for the new starting wage. You know, so at 17, you're really not too far from a 10% increase,
So
which
again,
is
if we-
what I budgeted for the park admin.
So again, if we flipped to a different page, I understand the track here, but all of my comments about wages are on those particular sheets. So what do we?
I
what
know,
do
I
we
thought
do?
you were talking about the rec fund.
I'm sorry,
I said, I thought we were still in the rec fund, but okay.
We haven't got to the rec fund yet.
Park Fund.
is there a chance that I could use the restroom real quick?
Go.
newsletter, April newsletter, road commission involved. We'll get information out there for them to contact them.
Nope, nope. I'm steering 100% away from that, because that's exactly what the
They want you to
road
do.
commission wants you to do. Oh, you got to get out there and tell these people. And I said, no, you got to tell them.
Yeah,
It's
you gotta
your-
figure
it's
out a way,
your
Lois,
millage
you gotta be
that you're
really
telling
careful
them.
with that.
It's your millage that you lied to them about. I'm not getting involved.
We can give them contact information.
Oh, I'm handing out cell phone numbers. Mhm.
Because
We're supposed to give out
In fact,
the,
that's-
we're supposed to give out the published number. not me.
That's when the.
I'm
that's when
giving
you
cell
just
phone
change
numbers.
it up a little.
You gave out my cell phone number?
Nope.
Thank you, guys.
Here, but maybe we should do something in the newsletter about road commission.
Ron, would you like to write that article?
Just give out contact.
Oh. Home addresses,
Not a real
contact
article.
information. We could do a real article. Ron, would you like to write it since you're most familiar with it?
Nope, I'm not gonna help them in any way, shape, or form.
I didn't say anything about helping them.
So in park fund. I have questions on revenue 628. Let me get to my notes. We moved from a recommended 10, which was my number, thinking that we would have construction down there during a significant part of the year.
Not planned.
So
We're not gonna close the ramp in June, July, and August. That would be not convenient for our residents and other people who
Okay.
use I mean, you know, in September, maybe when the ramp traffic falls off a lot, but not disabling the ramp for the height of the
Okay.
season.
All right.
Yeah.
So really, any construction is going to be in the fall of the year.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, what they have,
Potentially.
yes, what they have talked about with me is that the parking lot could be done without affecting the ramp traffic, because they would be able to cut through between the ranger station and the overflow parking lot. They could cut through that little section of woods right there and get their equipment down there and get the parking lot without going on the road, the asphalt road. And so they could be working on that, is something they could do while the park's open, but not closing down the ramp for the height of the season. That would be really inconvenient to a lot of people.
Right. So the
Um,
parking construction that would be down there
Is
is
the new
close to the
parking lot.
ramp.
No, if you remember on the map over here, you've got the main parking lot.
The
And
one
then
that's
we-
existing.
Yeah, the existing boat launch parking lot. And then to the west of the road going down to the ramp is where the additional
Okay,
parking is going to happen that adds like, I forget how many
Right.
spaces now, but anyways, but they feel they can get to that,
seems reasonable.
right, and not interrupt the ramp traffic.
Okay, so,
That contractors can, I mean, this is a thing to put it out for bid, you
Right.
know?
right. So we have been doing between 14 and 15,000. You feel going up to 22.5 to account for the increased fees.
Yeah, because we raised the ramp fee from 5 to 8. So that's more than a 50% increase in the daily ramp fee. And then we also increased, well, they all went up. The camper fee went up. Those went up by 100%.
Wait a minute, the
Big-
camping fee went up for 100%?
The camper boat pass. We have camper boat passes. Campers, their camping fee does not include access to the launch. Not everybody uses the launch. So the camper boat passes doubled. They went from 5 and 10 to 10 and 20. And then the seasonal passes went up 50%. So we've got an overall minimum 50% increase in boat ramp fees, minimum 50%. I didn't calculate what that daily, whatever, $3 added on to.
So 15 times 50% would be about 7,500. That's where you come up with your 2250.
Yes.
Okay, seems reasonable. And then the other one I thought was maybe a little aggressive was our interest earned. If we do move into construction, likely we have to pay some money out at the
Yeah.
beginning, right?
We can take a couple $100 off that if you want.
And then this grant, the waterway grant, is that a reimbursed grant?
Yes, it is. And we already have money that we are due to be reimbursed that has gone to F&V, but you don't get any reimbursement until the bids are awarded or something like that.
Okay.
So we have reimbursement that's already coming to the fund. I didn't look and see what that amount is, but 50% of what we've already paid F&V. We're due that money back.
So thinking about a reimbursive type relationship.
Are we getting to finish interest? Do you want to take that down to 200?
This is part of that conversation.
Oh, okay.
Thinking about that relationship,
Mhm.
a 50% down on a $450,000 project is $225,000.
Mhm. I don't think we'll be spending that all at once. It'll be a progress billing like the fire station was,
So.
and
you
then we'll
think-
be turning that in as we pay it. We'll be turning that in, right? So we'll have money coming back and going out.
So you think you'll be able to submit regular or reoccurring reimbursement requests from the
Yes.
state of Michigan,
Yes.
not just once or
Oh, no.
twice throughout the project?
And that's not my understanding
Okay,
of the way it's done.
all right.
I mean, I can check into that, but that's not my understanding of the way it's done. It's my understanding, and as soon as we get this thing out for bid or bids awarded, I forget what the checklist says exactly, but that we already have money that we can supply the proof that we've paid, and get some of these grant monies coming back into our Sigma account.
Okay, all right. I'm fine to leave the interest at 400 if that's what we want to do. We just won't have the funds in the account to generate for probably half
Yeah,
of the
we
year.
may not.
$100 really isn't a big deal.
No, or $200 really isn't a big item in this budget.
Where do we want to leave it?
Let's just put it at 200 for safe. So that's 665 is going to 200. So then we'd have 451, 200 total revenue.
Yep. Under 702 salaries, the $7,000 projected, it covers your increase in wages, correct?
A 10%.
Okay. The 703 wages at $80,000 includes your proposed increase that's later on down in the budget, correct?
Yes, that includes the proposed amount for paying at a new wage scale.
And you did.
And that's not quite all of the increase though, but it's close enough.
Okay. All right. And you calculated that on what, 9 or 10 people, if I remember the discussion.
Well, we'd like to have 10,
Yep,
but they may not all be full-time.
sure.
Probably won't all be full-time.
Mhm.
Some people don't want to work full-time.
And so I have 5394 as Social Security and
Yeah, I put-
1262 as Medicare.
And I just rounded those to 54 and 13.
Okay. Any other questions? On park? I'm at 749, which is another question. Thinking we did boost our revenue, specifically on the boat ramps. Do we need to make a meaningful adjustment there?
But we don't, a lot of people don't pay for those with credit cards.
I wondered. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they really don't pay. I mean, maybe the seasonal, maybe the annuals, but not the daily passes. Now, when they find out it's $8, I don't know. Some people don't walk around with cash.
Yeah.
There's a few of those. But most of that's cash transactions.
My next question is on line item 930. Anybody have anything before that?
You sure your propane's high enough?
Well, we moved that up. We use cherry propane out there and that guy's a camper in the park and we get really good rates. I'd highly recommend cherry propane.
Thinking about that and what we've seen happen at the pumps, is that of any concern?
It could be. It could be. We usually only fill the tank. I'm thinking, did we get it filled last fall? I think we had it filled last fall. It's full. Like maybe 2 fills in a year.
What if it doubles or triples? Do you have enough?
You guys lock in.
Yeah, do you lock in? You should be locking in.
Well, we always get their winter rate, not their
Right.
winter rate, their summer rate. I think it's their summer rate. Even when the rate has gone up for other people, but I don't know what they'll be able to do this year, but, I mean, we could make it 18. You know, if you want to raise that to 18. I'm good with that.
The last time we.
Or we
went-
could even make it 2,000. That would be double, almost double what we paid actual. We paid 1118. The year before, we only paid 793, but it must have worked out that we only had one fill during the year. I believe this is two fills, the 1118. I mean, we can't get it, let it get right down to the last drop or the last vapor. Let's just make it 2,000. Hopefully that will be.
The last time we were in a situation like this, I think I got caught buying propane for $4.39 a gallon.
I was just gonna say that.
And that was the year they connected the natural gas in the subdivision.
What year was that?
You know, I don't remember what year that was.
We
but-
got it in my subdivision in 2013. Fall of 2013. October, we got hooked up. And then it was after that you got it. Yeah,
Yeah.
but we were paying before that, oh my gosh, we were paying $600 a month propane bills in the cold of the winter. Yeah, that was a lot.
Yeah. I only had to buy.
Gas was high then too.
And that's
Volatile, very volatile around that time.
right.
Ahead of that, 11 and 12 or some 10, 11 and 12, something like that. I don't remember what the reason was now.
They could.
So facility repair and maintenance.
We're working on all the site plans for the projects. They're not complete yet, but I have people working on them. I'm working on one myself. And so we're gonna have plans. They're not available today, however.
Yeah, and I'm not going to review them last minute either. So just so you're aware, we're not going to get to the public hearing and say, oh, here are the plans.
We won't wait till
No,
the public hearing. We'll
We're
get
not
them
going to
out.
do that.
We'll get them out before that.
So looking at packet page 17, which is the detail for park fund provided in this packet. And according to that line item, it would be number 35 and number 37. I am not interested in funding either one of those line items.
I'm not either until I see a plan on the toilet.
Yeah,
Well, you're gonna get a plan, as I said, you're gonna get a plan for the playground. And the playground has to be finished. This has been a long-term project of the.
I want to see dates of completion.
Excuse me, Heidi, I'm not done talking. The playground has to be completed. That's been a long time project of the Parks and Rec Committee.
no, it isn't. They don't even know if a slide's going in there, Cheryl. So they have had nothing to say about that.
No, they.
Quit dragging them into
No,
a project they're not
stop.
involved.
No, they stop. I update them at every meeting on what's going on with the playground. They ask questions. We budgeted for a slide a couple years ago and then didn't get it because we realized we needed to do the expansion of the playground before we could add any new features there. The Parks and Rec Committee, I guess you need to come to their meetings. They're very interested in the improvement of the playground at the, in the campground. So we do have to finish that project. I think this is a very reasonable amount. Also, we don't have to put safety surfacing material over the entire area of the playground. So I don't know if that's a realistic number or not. But we're checking the rules and all that, and we do have to finish the playground. It's something we have to finish. We can't just leave a playground with just a swing set sitting there. We have the merry-go-round. We spent a bunch of money on the merry-go-round. We spent a bunch of money on refurbishing the merry-go-round and the monkey bars. And we can't just have them sitting over by the ranger station not being used. The kids that come into the park do play a lot on the playground. I saw tons of kids on the playground at the Halloween party.
By not finishing it, it's like you're throwing away all the money that you did spend on the
Yeah,
repair. Even the
Yeah.
purchase of it,
that's
which
right.
this board decided as a group to
That's right.
purchase. And then we decided as a group to have it powder coated, repainted, and the repairs to be done on it. So that'd be like throwing all the money away just to have it sit there.
That's right.
Well, then a plan should have been provided the first time we installed them. So we knew that we were installing them correctly according to state rules and regulations, but we didn't. We did fund the installation of this equipment once already,
No, we
and
didn't,
we
because
made
it was
mistakes.
all by volunteer
And so
labor. There
we
was
made
no,
mistakes,
no
which
one was
is
paid.
fine. Everybody makes mistakes, but we're not going to repeat the mistakes again.
But
So I
like,
have no intention of funding those two line items.
so,
And if we do not pass this particular fund, I
Well,
don't really care.
well, I'm
So-
sorry, you don't really have a choice. The
Well, I do.
budget, the budget
I
has
have
to
as
be.
much vote as you do.
Okay, how about a vote? Let's vote that we go to a 120-day extension, pay our bills and get this in order and not just do what everybody thinks we should be doing. I asked for a vote.
I'm
Well, we're not voting on anything
not
today.
Not sure I
It's all done
understand
at the budget public hearing, but
Anyway.
these
what you're
are, the-
asking for, Heidi.
yeah, I'm not either.
It's okay.
No, can you clarify your idea?
Well, Cheryl, don't tell me I have to pass a budget. I do not have to pass this budget. I have to pay the bills. If there's projects in the budget that I don't feel that I can vote on because I'm missing proper information, a start, a finish date on something, I don't have to pass that part of the budget. I could just say, pass something to pay the bills we have to pay and keep working on this, because you could work on your budget for 6 months if we don't all agree or compromise. Don't shake your head and laugh about it. I think
Yeah,
this is,
That
Cheryl, read
shows
this book. I just got it 2 days ago. It's very informative.
the disrespect.
It is,
that
it's
you show
complete
by
disrespect.
Smirking and
Yeah.
shaking your head.
Well,
no.
can I ask a question?
Yeah, please do.
Ron, you said you wanted the plan
Yeah.
for the completion of the playground improvement area. You also said you wanted a plan, Heidi did anyway, for the pit toilet ADA stuff. So if you get those plans, you're okay with spending the money?
Depends when we get the plans, but I am
Do you
not,
have a specific date that
no,
Cheryl needs to hit to make sure it's not the last budget date?
no, I don't. I don't. But we can make one.
Well, let's make one. Then. How's that? Because
Okay.
I don't see we need to blow this all up over something that you've already said you want to see the plans. You know, I don't see the
So
point. of-
Cheryl, when can the plans be ready?
Next week. Sometime next week. I'm hoping by Monday. I'm not for sure. I think I'll have the dugout plan ready by then. I have other people working on the other two plans. And so that'd be, if it was by Monday, it'd be a week ahead of the budget public hearing, but you know, Monday to Wednesday of next week.
That'd be enough time, Ron?
Remember, this is just a rough
That's
site
right.
plan.
Yep. Yep.
That's what
And
you
I
asked for.
came
I just
across,
want to see a plan with a start date. Just a plan of, here's what we're doing, here's how we're doing it, and here's when we're gonna end it. Because we're still paying, this will be another season that we're paying for outhouses because we didn't fix the toilets.
So you would like to see the toilets fixed?
And the last thing you told me you were doing with the toilets, I would like to see your assessment of the building of those bathrooms before you even went out and decided that you could even do that. That's what I'm asking. Look at your dugout situation, Cheryl. I asked you before you ordered the benches to step back and reassess. I want to see an assessment on that bathroom before I agree to any kind of plan to fix it. Because nobody's shown us an assessment on the building. You just say you can put inserts in it.
Well, it's
I
been done
can't trust your
in Grand
word,
Traverse
Cheryl.
County. So down in Acme Township, they have the same thing at their roadside park down there.
That's
Yeah.
not what I
Is that
asked you
across from
for.
Bayview?
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I didn't. mean
That's
to-
okay. That's not what I'm asking. I don't want somebody else's opinion that go over here and look at it. I want to see your start to finish plan. We have a bathroom. It's damaged. It looks like crap. Is it repairable? What are the repairable charges? Is it better to mow the thing down and start over? Is it better just to buy porta toilets?
That's the plan.
Well, that's the plan
To
I
buy
want to
porta
see,
toilets.
not what you are talking.
Okay, well, I'm going
I
to bring
wanna
a
see
site
it on
plan.
paper.
I'm going to bring a site plan. And as far as start dates and completion dates and all that, I'm not going to be able to give that because,
You should be able to give an estimate.
well, maybe an estimate, but contractors are elusive people to nail down to a certain date and a certain start date and a certain completion date, and you're not going to get that from any contractor.
Then I wouldn't be hiring them because apparently they don't want to do the job. Cheryl, I just want something better so that we're not, our bathroom situation isn't like our dugout situation.
It's an improvement to the entire bathroom situation down there at the, because the pit
Only
toilets
if
were
we
disgusting.
properly do it in a process. So I want to see a plan.
You'll get a
and-
site plan.
Excellent.
That's what I've been asked to provide, and I'm going to provide a site plan. It's being worked on right now.
Just to be clear, I will not support an insert into that old building.
Why not?
Well, if the building is sound, why not?
Because I don't know that the building is sound.
That's my problem.
People
I want an assessment on the building before I even put more money into it. What if you need to mow it down?
People have provided me pictures, images of what that place looks like.
You can go out there and see what it looks like yourself. It needs a roof.
Yeah.
It looks like you could
and
huff and puff and blow the thing down.
Well, I have a licensed builder that's working on a site plan. And I will have him give an opinion of the sturdiness of the building.
So Cheryl, here we are. You didn't even think about that until we bought it up. Please get some more better resources.
I wasn't
around
asked to
you.
get that.
It doesn't matter. It should be just part of the thing.
It should be common sense, Cheryl. If you're gonna spend that kind of money on the inside of the building,
Well, we could not
It's
do
not just on the
anything,
inside
just
of the
keep
building.
renting.
It's, that price includes new flooring, composite flooring.
is that on the inside?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, inside and outside, because it will extend under the roof. That's composite flooring. That's siding the building. That's roofing the building. It isn't all just for these toilets. No, 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 no.
But you
No.
haven't told me.
And it's
if-
for a new walkway because the old walkway was
But you're
rotten.
gonna see all that on the site plan. That's gonna be included. Is that correct, Cheryl?
Yeah, well, site plan and a quote.
Yeah. So we can have that next week.
Yeah.
And if you guys still don't want to fund it, we'll go back to renting toilets. I mean, that's a plan, right?
I'm good with that.
I don't know how you can say you're gonna redo a building unless you say where you started. So I'm waiting to see a plan.
Anything
So
else?
Back on park fund that we left off on 9:30, I believe. So I have questions on capital expense. switching packets. The boat launch improvement, you went from 200,000 to 240,000.
Right.
Yeah, and that's probably just to accommodate today's volatile market.
Well, remember, it was a $400,000 project.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
10% overrun, is
well,
that how you
I
thought
would,
of it?
maybe even 20. Who knows? Prices are up, very up.
And that's why I'm asking the question, should we plan for something more than a 10% overrun? Because I think that's going to be a real
Well, that's
norm.
really a 20% on half of the project,
I see a point. I see one.
because I don't think there's any way it can all get done in this fiscal year.
Sure. Okay.
So,
Especially given that it won't start until potentially September, October.
well, the boat launch part of it,
Mhm.
which is really kind of an easy part of the project, but, and the parking lot, but I don't think the entryway is gonna be till next year. I just don't see how it's gonna all get done.
Mhm.
I mean, with frost laws and the opening of the park and, you know, I just don't see how it's all gonna get done in 1 year.
And then a new well. We had talked that this is going to be just a 4-inch well.
Well, whatever Berg recommends, they are the ones that shot me the $8,000 price.
Okay. All right.
And actually, I have some notes on it. I didn't bring them. I can't remember what the size of the well was gonna be.
And that's fine.
Yeah, they
So-
just shot me an $8,000 price.
Okay. Those are my questions there. Anyone else?
I'm still disappointed, Cheryl, that you didn't increase our fees, especially because if that other park doesn't open.
We did
everybody
increase
would-
our fees.
You didn't increase the main big chunk of fee that people pay. And you're about the only one I know that didn't increase that.
Well, as I brought to the
I
meeting.
know, Cheryl, so this is what
Do you
I'm
mind
gonna
if I
do.
respond, Heidi?
Can I
You've
finish?
made okay,
I just want to
Go ahead.
finish. Next year, let's go 6 months, because you're supposed to revisit everything after 6 months. So I'm gonna say in August, I'm going to do a list of, you want me to do just Michigan, or you want me to broaden my horizon and do other campgrounds? You want to just do the Grand Traverse area? How far you want me to branch out of how much they've increased their main, you want a campsite, it's X number of dollars a night.
well, I think what you need to look at first of all is you don't look at the private parks, because we're not a private park. We're a government owned park.
So you want me to look at state perks?
limit it to that. And sure, Carol Hawken used to get the state park rates. You know, I've already talked to a lady just recently that called from the city of Menominee and wanted to know a lot about our park. And I had a nice conversation with her, and their rates are lower than ours. And of course, we based our rates this year largely on Barnes Park, which I consider kind of a sister park to Whitewater Township Park. They have a lot of the same amenities. They don't
Okay.
have a boat launch.
We're good. I'll come
But-
back in 6 months and let you know what I found out.
Sure. The rates went up 10%, which is, I think, one of our highest increases ever.
But you can only really say that 50% for campers. Because most of the rates went up for the person that's launching their boat in and out.
The camping rates went up 10%.
If you have a boat, correct? Because you didn't raise the night prices, you only raised
We
the
raised the
garbage.
camping
Okay, you're
fees
putting it
per
all on
night
your
by
umbrella. Okay,
10%.
no problem.
the largest increase that the park has ever had.
And if you had to guess, where does most of the labor go? Towards the boat ramp or
No,
towards
no.
the park?
Towards the park by far.
Sure.
Checking campers in, selling wood, selling ice, cleaning bathrooms. That boat ramp wouldn't be there without the campground. The boat ramp doesn't bring in the fees that the campground does.
the
We
boat
wouldn't
ramp
be
would be
doing
there.
this boat ramp project without campground fees. You know, when you're only bringing in $10,000-12,000 a year in boat ramp fees, that's a long way from a $400,000 project.
But then the state would take it over. It's theirs anyway. We just lease it from them.
We have a deed. We have 2 deeds. Yeah, has to be used for a park or forestry. Non-development property.
So does that take us to recreational? Are you done with park, Heidi?
I'm good.
I'm sorry?
I'm okay.
Okay. So recreational fund. Any questions there?
In rec fund, you'll notice that I added the storm damage cleanup line item on page 2, I think it is. Yeah, 960 storm damage cleanup. And we had wanted to plug a figure of 67,200 in there, which originally increased our transfers from other funds, the 30 I recommended, and then we added 67.2, and that made that 97.2. But then we reduced it by the 40,000. 25, we postponed 2 projects on the detail sheet for 40,000 each. I'm sorry, for 40,000 between them, and that's how we got to the 57.2 transfer. And we also increased 703 wages by $300. We decreased 930 by $8,000. And we decreased capital expenditure by that 40,000. Those were the changes we made on February 17th.
We reduced 930 by how much?
930 was reduced by 8,000 to 20,345 because I canceled the any playground work at High Prairie. We had 8,000 on that.
Was it just 8,000?
Yeah. If you look at the detail sheet in this packet,
Yeah, but what I'm interested in is the detail sheet from the previous pack. But if you say it was 8,000 and you put it right
yeah,
in,
it
that's good.
was, the detail sheet from the previous packet showed playground upgrades, 2 line items, 5,000 was one, 3,000 was the other, and I took that out. So we decreased that by 8,000 down to 20,345. And then the capital expenditure, we put Lassie Road Nature Trail, addressing the wet area, and Battle Creek Trail evaluation upgrades to address 3 trail improvement projects that are on the park survey. We took the 25,000 for Lassie Road out and the 15,000, putting those both on hold for a year. So that reduced capital expenditure to 19,975.
But we did keep money in there to pay for a survey if we needed it, right?
That's coming out of the public improvement fund.
Okay, just checking.
And if we find that we have one, I don't think we need to have it done. If we have a survey. No boundaries have changed.
So why did we go to 67,200 for the cleanup?
I think what we did there is, I think we had wasn't one of the high estimates on the tree removal, like 46,000 or something like that, or 45,000. And I think we just rounded that off to 50 for tree removal. And then we added partials 17.2 for the tree inventory to that. I believe that's how we came up with that. Let me see if I have any notes.
I've got the 17.2 for the arborist. And then we took the highest bid for tree removal, which was 40,000.
And I think it was over 40,000. One of them was like 45 or something like that. I don't remember whose. But I think we added some onto that. Because weren't we talking about having, aren't we talking about having besides the tree removal, having something done to reestablish the trail to the lake?
No, Matt told me for sure that was not included in his bid.
No, and that's not included in his
Okay, all right. I just wanted
inventory.
that it would be another project if we decided to do something down to the water.
And that doesn't come in until you get to tree removal, right? Or would he be are you saying he'd be marking trees for that in the tree inventory if we were gonna address that in the tree removal bid process?
He is not doing it in
Okay.
his current
Okay,
agreement.
but anyways, to answer your question about how did we get to the 67.2? I'm pretty sure, and I don't have it written down right here, but I'm pretty sure we took the 17.2 for the tree inventory and added 50,000 to it. Because we've got one bid that's like in the high 30s or something, you know, because we're starting that bid process after the tree inventory. So I don't have that specifically written down, but I believe that is how we arrived at that number. Does anybody think it's gonna cost any less than 50,000 to get the trees out of there, 400 and some trees? I don't. It was more in 2015, 2016, it was 68, 69,000 to get that work done. I don't know exactly how this compares to the 2015 storm, but if anything, that might be a little light.
Bear with me a moment, please. So I have a figure here of 127,955. That's pretty close.
To what, the bottom, the total expenditures?
Right.
I mean, we can run down all the numbers if you'd like.
No, it's only $400 off. I'm not real interested in that.
So what was your
timeframe.
number again, Ron?
Mine was 127,995. It's about $400 less than what Cheryl has. But does leave us with about a $70,000 deficit in that budget.
And last year it was almost 80.
That you had an $80,000 deficit.
Well, if you look on your budget worksheet for this meeting, you'll see that we adopted a $79,705 operating deficit. but that we haven't spent anywhere near the money that we budgeted to spend. So we've only had total expenditures out of the fund of 22,412 with less than a month to go in the fiscal year.
So what's the?
So all that money's just rolling back into the fund.
So what do you have for the total?
My total that I have is operating deficit of 70,315.
What do you have, Ron?
I'm sorry, I'm over looking at what the account balance is right now. So we have a $66,000 account balance, and we're proposing to pull $70,000 out of it.
But we're moving 57.2
Yeah,
over to it. So the total revenue now is 58,000. And the total expenditures is 128,315. And the only thing we changed was $300 more in 703 wages. $8,000 less in 930. $40,000 less in 970. And we added line item 960 and funded it with 67,200. Those are the changes. All other numbers are the same. And you're right, our balance in the rec fund is 66,601, but we've got this operating deficit of 70,315.
So we either got to put more in or we need to cut something.
Well, there's not a lot else we can cut.
How much do you gotta cut?
15 grand.
Okay, I move we get some pay toilets and do that next year.
So that's a different fund item.
I know. That's what stinks about this budget.
I'm showing
Payroll, I don't
the
know where else you're gonna take
73,
it.
the $70,315 operating deficit.
Yeah, you and I are about $400 off in this account.
Well, why don't we go down the numbers then? Because I'd like to know where that is before the budget public hearing.
Okay, I mean, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so starting
No,
with,
no, no. Do we agree that revenue is 58,000?
I do.
Okay. And so we're looking at line item 702 is 935.
Yep, unchanged.
703, 7,300.
No, I've told you twice, that went up to 7,600. There's $300 of it right now.
Now you gotta find it.
And that went up because of wages. So I originally said 6,000, then had 73, and so you moved it up to 76 now?
We all moved it up to 76. At the
No,
meeting.
I can tell you, I have not voted for any wage increases at this point in time, nor have I agreed to any. So if any board member has an idea that I have agreed to pay increases at this point, please inform
No.
yourself correctly.
I'm merely telling you that on 217, we discussed adding $300 to the wage line item 703, which is where rangers are paid out of that do work at High Prairie, where the the Parks and Rec Committee is paid out of, where Lois is paid out of for going to the Park and Rec Committee meetings. And we based that on wage calculations that we used. I don't have it right here, but I mean, you want to leave it at 73, fine. I really don't care. If we have to do a budget amendment, if it goes over 73, we'll do it. And no problem. You want to put it back to 73?
No, I'm fine at 76.
Okay,
We were trying to find the differences to the new accounts.
and
So that
so,
would be 5529 for Social Security. And 124 for Medicare.
529, okay, and I made it. And it stayed 520, so that needs to go up to 530. And 124 for 716 Medicare. Are we good with that? 530 and 124?
Yep.
Okay, and then office expense stayed the same at 70.
Okay.
Licenses and fees stayed the same at 200. Operating expense unchanged at 700, lawn maintenance unchanged at 85.
One changed from 75 to 8,500. And I have a note that other mowing values did not change because we're under a contract. So,
And I have, the budget I brought has $8,500 in there. Okay, so that did not change. And also remember that why
what were we budgeted last year, Cheryl?
6,000,
Okay.
and we
So
went over
because
that.
we were under contract, we should not have gone over that.
And if you'll let me finish what I'm saying, you'll notice that in this fiscal year, we went over that by $1,200. And I believe what that is Ben took out those trees over there that blew down in the August 10th storm. And we took that out of here. That tree work we took out of here. So that was another $1,200. And that's why, are we gonna have tree work this year? I don't know. That's why I put that, I believe, to 85. What do you want it to be?
Whatever the contract is supposed to be, Cheryl.
Well, I haven't calculated what this contract for the rec fund parks exactly is going to be. What do you want that figure to be?
So it seems to me like if we have tree work done in the future, we would put it under stormwater.
And I
Right.
might have put it under facility repairs and maintenance. I can't tell you what right now, what this, that would require some research.
So
It probably was all lawn mowing. So did he do some extra mows over there? I mean, I don't know. We did, remember, have a lot of rain after it got real dry and the grass was all burned up. Except remember, we have the ball field irrigated, but that's been every year. So if you want to change the 8,500, I have no problem with changing that at all. Am I going to calculate every dollar of contract change? No, I'm not. I'm just going to estimate.
and I understand that,
Right.
but none of the other parks went up, only this one.
So what do you
Okay.
want it at? Ron?
Yeah,
Do
where do you want it
And
at?
so
6,000,
what is the
7,000?
reason why this is the only one that
No,
went
all the
over?
other
Is it
parts,
trees?
remember, this is 4 parks getting paid. So all 4 parks, the price of all 4 parks went up. Okay, in the park fund, you're just talking about Whitewater Township Park. This fund, you're talking about High Prairie, Battle Creek, Lossy Road, and Topico. So all of those prices went up. Now, did they go
But
up
we're
to?
under contract, so how did it go up?
It goes up
Because
progressively each year,
Ben
doesn't
bid.
it?
a
What I'm saying
diff-
is that it didn't go up at the township. It didn't go up in cemetery.
Yes, it did. They all went up. Ben's contract this time around, there were increases in the second year, and then there were other increases in the third year. So at every location of mowing, So, you know, if we don't put enough in there now, we'll just be, and we probably won't even have to do a budget amendment because, you know, if the department's not over, we don't have to do a budget amendment. So, you want that to be 6,000?
If you say 85 is what it needs to be and that there's no issue with the raise in the contract price, then so be it.
I mean, I don't see what it hurts to put 85 in there and then you don't spend it.
I
What does that
understand
hurt?
that, but we're
What does that
also,
hurt?
but we're also spending more money than what we have.
Okay,
both-
let's put it at 7,000.
Okay,
All right, we just changed that to 7,000. There you go. We just took $1,500 out of the rec fund. And we added, let's see, that was 14 that we added up in the Social Security Medicare costs. So where I was going before we got off on that conversation was I was taking the operating deficit of 70,315. Okay, and I was subtracting from that
actually, I think we were comparing numbers to make sure that we were equal because we were off for some reason. I believe
Oh,
that's
okay.
what
Why don't
we
we
were
well, we
doing.
were
finish
doing
that.
that too, because you said you had a different one. Okay, so now we're at 7,000 there. Then you got 812 septic at 500. We need to get the tank pumped over at High Prairie
When was it last pumped?
years ago.
Okay.
5 years ago, at least. Okay, mileage stayed the same at 50, education and training, the same at 300, publishing, the same at 100, electricity, the same at 12. Facility repairs and maintenance went down $8,000 to 2345. Storm damage cleanup went from 0 to 67,200 because that's a new line item, and capital expenditure went down 40,000 to 19,975. So that's $128,315 in total expenditures because we don't have anything in contingency.
128 what?
128,315
Thank you.
minus 58. 128.
Well, we got further
315.
apart. I don't know if I have.
That's 70,315. Well, I don't know how it could be further apart because we added $14 on 715 and 716, but then we took out $1,500 in lawn maintenance. So it's gonna be less. So the 70,315 plus 120, did I say it? No, it wasn't.
123.15.
70,315 deficit. And we added $14 of cost, but then we took out $1,500 in lawn maintenance. The new number is 68,829. All other numbers were the same. And so now where I'm going with that is that we have,
I need a moment.
I think if we need to move more out, we could take it out of 960 because we estimated high. We can make that 65 too.
Well, I'm showing that with what it says we have in the fund as of February 28th, which of course we're gonna have less than that by March 31st, that we have a $2,227 difference.
I'm still coming up with a total expenditure for recreation of $126,829.
Okay, so 935 plus 7,600 plus 530 plus 124 plus 70 plus 200 plus 700 plus 7,000 plus 500 plus 50 plus 300 plus 100 plus 1,200 plus 20,345 plus $67,200 plus $19,975 is $126,829.
That's what I have.
Yeah, and I had not readjusted my number. Okay, so I agree, 126,829.
Okay.
Okay, and then minus 58,000 is the 68,829, 58,000 of revenue out of the expenditures, right?
Okay.
You're taking expenditures, total expenditures minus total revenue. And like I said, the operating deficit went to 68,829.
Yes.
And then you take minus the,
66.6, that's in the recreation fund,
right,
but there will be less in there, as you say,
that's right.
because we've got what, lights coming out of there.
Well,
and-
Parks and Rec Committee is gonna meet again. I'm gonna call it 66,602
So either you take
is
it
an
out of-
operating, is a shortfall of $2,227 before you take into account March expenses.
so we need to transfer from other funds. Or
Or you reduce, like you say, maybe the storm damage won't be as much.
because I think we padded that by like 5,000, Cheryl,
What's that?
because it was 45,000 was the highest.
I know, but that's, we don't know where that number really is going to come in. Because the trees are gonna be marked by Matt, an inventory made, and
Well, maybe we just don't do the gravel on the parking lot this year. Maybe we get it graded and we have to wait.
well, that parking lot's in pretty sad shape.
Keeps the speed down, I'm told.
It's
So it's
true.
not that, it's that it's loose. It's all sand. There's no gravel left hardly over there.
But that, that's a $6,000 number. So if we
Part
can't
of
get
that's
that,
to remove the brush pile over there too.
no. Oh, I see. Mhm. Well, that needs to be done.
Why
Not
can't we
sh-
just
for sure.
transfer 3,000 more dollars from general fund?
I say that's the easy thing to do. 3, maybe even make it 5,000.
No, I'm not gonna go 5,000. No, We're already twice what I think we should be in donations to recreation fund. So
Well, we have to get the parks cleaned up. We just don't have any choice on that.
I didn't say we did,
Yeah. right.
but we certainly have choices of whether or not we're going to do some of the other things.
But we've also already just taken $100,000 and now our transfers to other funds is down to $160,200. When last year, in this fiscal year, it was 220, and the year before that, it was 225. I mean, I think we've got some room that we could throw another 5 grand or 4 grand or something at the recreation fund. And it's not gonna, I mean, we have reduced our operating deficit in the general fund to less than what it was last year with taking that 100,000 out of there.
Has nothing to do with the amount of money we've already contributed to recreation fund. And that's my point. So,
It's $3,000.
Yeah,
yep, it is.
and let's not spend a bunch of time on it, honestly.
Excellent. So we will then delete the gravel grade main drive.
No, I'm not gonna delete that. No, that needs to be done over there. We haven't done anything with that parking lot in the 10 years that I've been here. We haven't done anything with that parking lot. That needs to be done. No, that, and they're holding that price for us. I specifically talked to Eric about that. He worked up that quote, and they're holding that price for us till this spring. And we need to get that done.
I guess, okay, then let's not clear the trails to 8 feet on Battle
Yep.
Creek. That's $3,000. Let's not do that.
Yep. Because really.
Because we're gonna be doing the storm damage stuff anyway, so
That's
that stuff's
right.
gonna already be done.
That's
Yep,
right.
good
So
point.
let's take that off. 3,000 out of, what is it, Battle Creek? Well, Battle Creek and Lossy Road Nature Trail, we can take 6,000 out right there.
Perfect.
Thank you, Dylan.
Well,
So that takes total facility repairs and maintenance down to 14,345. Removing that 6,000. So line item 930 just went to 14,345. Which reduces total expenditures to 120,829. And that minus the $58,000 of revenue is a 62,829 operating deficit. And we have 66,000 in the fund, so we should be good.
what's killing us is having to do that stored and damage cleanup.
Yeah,
Yeah. And I would think we might have to do that at another time. Sometime. This is the second time it's happened since I've been on the board. You were on the board in 2012 when there was a bunch of storm damage. Wasn't it that year that there was a whole bunch of storm damage? They got that big willow tree out here. And wasn't there another
Weren't
tree
you
that
guys
had?
already on the board though? No.
No, I think it was early 2012.
Okay.
We didn't get on there till late November.
Yeah, there was like over 140 trees down in the township park.
At Whitewater.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Volunteers went out and cleaned that up.
yeah. Because I know, didn't Paul Hubble help clean up here at the township hall? I think.
Yeah, he cut those trees up. And then
Yeah.
people came and took the wood.
Yeah, yeah.
does that move us to ambulance fund?
I would think.
Do we still have revenues at 350,660?
Yep.
Still have total expenses at 314. Let's see, what is it?
I got 315.30, 300.
315, 300. It was 314, 725. We took out 750 for septic. That's been done. We increased natural gas to 1,000 from 750. We increased electricity from 3,000 to 4,000. Those are the only changes I see.
I'm off in this one too.
Well, in ambulance, we don't have an expenditure till we get to contractual, which is 295. Lawn maintenance didn't change at 500. Janitorial didn't
Does no
change.
good to spew numbers when no one is at.
I thought you were on the page.
So you have 295 is contractual,
Yep,
500 for lawn maintenance,
no change,
600 for janitorial,
no change.
waste management services, 125.
Nope, that went up to 200.
Yep. Septic services we took out.
That went to 0.
Yep. Next one I have is snow plowing. We left at 1,500.
Yep,
Natural gas at 750.
Went to
nope, it went to 1,000.
Mhm. Electricity stayed at 3,000.
Nope, it went to 4,000.
Well, that would explain the two problems. Okay,
Oh, it should be total expenditures of 315,300. With a black budget at 35,360.
any questions there?
We do have to plug in the correct number of after board of review for 402,
So
line
I'm-
item 402.
I am still off from you guys.
5,000 stayed the same in contingency.
There it is.
Facility repairs didn't
Yeah.
change at 7,000.
So that's 315, 300.
Yep.
Are we good with ambulance?
I am.
Any questions on ambulance replacement fund? How about the federal fund? Public Improvement Fund.
The only change we made there was 804 going from 10,000 to 30,000.
Yep. So we have an operational budget deficit there.
No, we took the transfer of 50,000 out, didn't we?
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah, we
right. We
did.
took that out, yeah. Okay. Minus 29,875.
We have 130, almost 138,000 in that, so we should be able to cover it.
Yep.
So what is it? What's the number?
Which number are you looking for?
The public improvement total fund at the end of the day here. Very bottom number.
Expenses, you
No,
mean, or
no.
deficit?
Deficit.
29,875.
Thank you.
Is that what you got, Cheryl?
Yes.
That bring us to fire cap.
And I didn't put on the new budget document, the allocation of the expenditure. I think the revenue is what we agreed on
For what?
for fire cap.
Fire cap?
Right, we're not taking $90,000 from the ARPA fund. We're taking 50 from general, so the revenues is 50,175. And then on the capital expenditure, it was, where do I have that written down? The capital expenditure was made up of 115,000. For the brush truck. 27,000 for the snowmobiles. And 3,500 for the chief vehicle accessories.
Say that again, Cheryl. 15K for brush truck.
115.
Yep.
yeah. 27,000 for the snowmobiles. That was you rounding that off. And then 3,500 as a rounded off number for the chief vehicle accessories.
And this information is going to be on the bottom of the sheets like they always
It
are.
is, yeah. I just didn't get it on this one, but it will be for the budget public hearing. So I believe that comes up to the 145.5. Yep, 145,500. But actually, that 50,000 transfer is towards the replacement fire engine. And the and what we've got in there right now, the 184. We just got done paying for the chief's vehicle out of this. It was 39,000 and something out of this fund.
And is that reflective into this value?
Into which value?
The value that is reported on in the packet at 184,048.
Yes.
So
Yes, because that's through the
all
end of
paid.
February.
Okay.
Yeah, we paid it in February.
Well, it says draft. That's why I'm asking.
Right, yeah, no, I get it.
Okay, so we have an operating budget in fire cap at 95, right? Is that what you come up with? 95,325?
Operating deficit?
Mhm.
Yeah,
And so if we tack on another 50 to that, because we don't want to use the 50 that we're transferring. I don't know how we keep that separate, but
well, if you take that 95,000 operating deficit and you take the 184 and you take the 95,325, that leaves you with, at the end of February, 88,000, basically 700. And I believe last year we set aside 45,000 for the fire engine replacement. So that would be that 45,000 plus another almost $44,000. Because remember, this 184 isn't the 50 that we're going to transfer this year. The 50 we're going to transfer this year would make that 234 for the fire engine. So we've got the $45,000 fire engine money in there. You see what I'm saying?
not yet. So you're saying if we added our proposed transfer, we would have a fire cap balance of 234,048.
Yeah, I'm not using the 048, but 234,000.
And from that, if we subtracted our 95, 325, operating deficit from this year,
Well, I would subtract the 145.5 because you're using a revenue number that presumes that the 50,000 that we're adding is in there. And that I would subtract out this year's expenses to tell me what's in the fund.
I understand that, okay. So we can use that process.
And I guess I wasn't doing it that way, but what
Well,
I was
why did you
doing.
ask me to do it that way then?
No, I didn't ask you to do
Exactly.
it that way. I already explained that the way I did it previously to your way was I took the 184,000 that's in there and I took the 95,325 operating deficit out of that. And that told me that there was $88,675 in the fund.
I have 88,548, but okay,
Okay, well, whatever, that's
yeah.
100 and some bucks. Okay, then subtract the 45,000 of the money
Current year.
that we put in there, the 45,000 that we transferred. But we transferred more than that because we had to transfer snowmobile money and
What
that
you're
type
trying
of
to
thing.
get to is that we still got the 45 that we set aside for the engine.
Yes.
And the 50 that we're setting aside this side for the engine. Is that what?
once we
you're trying
transfer
Once we transfer,
Right,
is that
right.
what you're trying
it.
to
Yes,
get to?
that's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay, and I
Right.
say we're about 8,000 shy.
Well, I guess let's ask Della how she'd figure it.
Well, I don't have the same thing you do. I
Sure.
missed something for the capital expenditures. You've got 145,500 and I've got 129,938. So I'm missing something right there.
Well, let's check that, Della, because the 145 number I did not have either.
Well, this is from my handwritten notes. I've got 26,600 for snowmobiles.
But Ron rounded that to 2,700.
27,000.
Okay, well, that makes a difference. And I've got 100,000 for the brush truck.
But we put that up to 115 because we thought the cost of that might be going up.
And then the detailing for the chief's vehicle that still needs to be done, 3,338. Did that
But
get
Ron rounded
rounded?
that to 3,500.
Maybe that's what I missed.
So do you have a total expenses? Let me know when you have that number.
$145,500.
Yep.
Yep, so that's correct. We've already accounted for the actual expenditures, correct? The 45,469. Correct, Cheryl?
Yeah, those are, well, those would have been made. We haven't paid any bills since February.
Are we gonna have any more?
I don't know. Are we gonna get these snowmobiles? And is the chief going to, I don't think we're gonna have a brush truck to pay for by the end of March. But the snowmobiles, I think we're supposed to get in March. And now are we gonna pay for them in March? Are we gonna pay for them in April, post them back to March? Or usually the auditors don't want that done. They want them paid for the month to come out the month you paid for them.
Right?
And
So I guess what I'm getting at is this $184,048.06 is pretty stable. We're not going to be taking any more out of it before the end of the budget year.
unless we pay for the snowmobiles and the chief's 30, unless we pay the 30,500 between the snowmobiles and the chief's vehicle accessories, which I expect that 3,500 will probably come out of there. Because I think he'll be wanting to have that
So-
on the road.
So for pretend's sake, Della,
Yep.
let's just say we're not going to pay for either one of those items. So we'll answer your question with a definitive that we won't pay for the 3,500 or the 27,000.
Which would mean the fund balance would stay, or the cash balance, I know you don't want to use the word fund balance, which would mean the cash balance in the account would stay at 184,000.
Yeah. Well, if you take what's at the 184,000, right? And you take the 50,000, which is being transferred in. 50,175. That includes the interest and the transfers. And you take out what we're currently budgeting, which is the 145,500, you end up with a fund balance of 88,548.06. Because I actually took I didn't.
So you took the 184 plus the 50, and then you subtracted 145,500? Is that what you did?
I took the 184,048, the current balance.
Yeah,
I added in what we are transferring in or what we're earning. And then I took out what we're planning to take out. And it comes up to 88,548.06.
so what you took out was the 145,500.
Correct.
And I rounded, so I came out to 88,500.
And if we.
And so that wouldn't be all of the 95,000 that we've set aside for the fire engine.
You're about 7,000 shy. But is that an issue? We had goals of setting 45 aside for the engine and then 50,000 this year for the engine. But we're also potentially having the snowmobiles roll over and stuff like that.
Which
So-
means we didn't spend the money last year that we budgeted for it.
So, you know, is $7,000 a big deal? That's what I'm asking the board.
You gotta pay $50,000 for repairs, it is.
I thought we were pushing that down the road.
You don't know what we're doing. If
Well-
it breaks, you're gonna have to fix it.
Well, I mean, that was a question that I had, but during that discussion, it was, well, you don't fix it, you just wait. You just skip it down the road, keep
And
using
I
it the
think
way it
that's
is.
I think that's the planning, at least that I heard the chief say, that he didn't want to plan for putting that money into the fire engine, which of course he doesn't want to because he wants any money of a large amount like that spent on a replacement fire engine.
$230.
And I don't know about this 115,000 for the brush truck. I told the chief, I thought he might want to even look out of state for a gently used truck as opposed to trying to order a brand new truck because that's going to take forever to get.
But don't you have, weren't you using your skid and stuff off that brush truck? to
Well,
put
that's what
on
I
the other
mean.
one?
You're just buying the cab and chassis. So we already
So they're
have.
just gonna fit, Cheryl.
Well, he would.
Well, this
look
is
for
the
ones
chief's
that
plan.
would-
If you have questions about it, ask the chief, you know. I'm just relaying what he's told
I
me.
understand that, but make sure you relay the message properly, that's all.
Well, I'm just relaying what I've heard the chief say.
And I didn't look on whatever that website is for us to buy new vehicles.
My deal.
My deal. I didn't look on that. Apparently he's got more than a 550 in mind. So
Well, I don't know, but are we gonna finish this fund here or what? What do we want to do with this fund? I do think he sounded like he was going to put some time, a little bit of time at least, into trying to find something used. Low mileage used,
that's more money than the new ones on my deal. I'm
Maybe.
sure of that.
maybe. I think we let him do the research and see what he finds.
I don't think 7,000 is a big deal to me because the 115 for the brush truck is just merely a guess at this
Yeah.
point.
It is a
We don't
guess.
even have any
Specs.
pricing.
No,
We have the specs.
But we don't have the whole, in other words,
But-
I mean, we don't have the whole thing. We don't have pricing. We don't have what it's gonna, we don't have any of that. So
Right.
it
So
was a
the-
guess last year and it's still a guess.
Well, at
Yeah,
least
but guys,
Here,
3,000 was a big deal in recreation. 7,000 should be a big deal in fire capital improvement. If we made adjustments in recreation, we should make the adjustment here. Now, if that means we transfer more money to
Okay,
cover
no.
that 7,000, then we do.
No, I'm fine with that. So we'll take the brush truck down to 105.
So then that changes capital expenditure to 135.5.
Does that solve the problem?
It leaves you with a deficit of 85,325.
Yep. And a fund balance of 53,723. After you take out the 45K. So we're actually putting 3,000 additional dollars towards the end of it.
I got a fund balance of 100,675.
What was it, Cheryl?
Well, I got 100,675. Because I took the 184 and I added the 50,000. And then I subtracted 135.5.
Should be 98,723.
184 plus 50,000. I get 234. And then I subtract 135,500, correct? No, I get 98,500.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's projected.
Which at 45 and 50 is 95,000 plus 35,000 unallocated. Because 45,000 towards the engine last year, 50, well, this year. 50 this next year is 95,000. So what I'm saying is we need to have 95,000 in there towards the engine. And we
Yep.
have it.
Yep.
Good.
Graded wage scale. If we take a look at park ranger. So maybe we've been thinking about this all wrong. Maybe not. We're trying to get people, employees into our park who do or don't have park ranger or customer service skills, Cheryl?
They don't have to. We'll train
No.
them.
Okay, so really the year one is somebody who can potentially do some remedial math in case they have to sell firewood or something like that.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Okay,
They need to be computer literate. They need to learn the reservation system. They need to learn the cash register. And that, yeah, as far as tech skills, they need to be able to learn those things without making too many mistakes. I mean, you know, people, when they're in training, they make some
Yeah.
mistakes. So they do have to have some computer skills. They have to have, you know, and we teach them, but I mean, they have to gain, you know, customer service skills, waiting on people, checking people in, getting the right information from their check-in.
and our first
Directing
year
them.
ranger, how often, you know, depending on when you pull them into the park and get them trained, how often do you think we have to have a secondary person there to help them through that crunch period of time when you have somebody standing in front of you wondering why you don't have their reservation? You know, we've all been at that check-in point where, what do you mean you don't have my reservation?
So you're wondering about the training period, how long?
Well, I'm wondering how effective the training period is, because typically when we onboard these kids, young folks
Or
Uh,
adults.
or adults, they're thrown right into the mix a lot of times. They have like a month or so, right?
At least a month
But really, that's part
before they would
clean-
work by themselves.
That's part cleanup stuff and so on and so forth. Okay.
I would say I mean, teaching somebody how to clean bathrooms and all of the procedures are listed in the mechanical room. Okay, these are all the things you need to remember to do when you clean the bathhouse, whether it's in the bathrooms or in the showers or whatever, or outside, because there's outside maintenance at the bathhouse too. You know, those things, I think people learn those easier than computers. And I mean, so we don't really want people that don't have any computer skills. We don't want them just learning how to use a computer for the first time at the park.
That's rough.
Yeah,
That's rough.
that's really rough. You know, and so, and it, you know, it takes a while to learn the right questions to ask and the right answers to give to things that people ask at the park, you know. I would say it's at least a month before someone would work by themselves, a shift by themselves. And
So
then
it's
when we
nice
get
to have
into the
people
height of the
return.
season, we always have 2 people there. So,
And currently,
because it just takes that many people to keep up.
our onboarding wage is $15 an hour. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And you're proposing $17.10.
17,
Okay.
flat, 17.
And so I remember a document, and you have it repeated here, that there is a 13% increase for the rangers. Okay, and historical and deputies are 31%. Gotcha. All right. And my number was between 10 and 15%.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
so. Yeah, I think that's what
I
you
think
said at
that's
the last meeting.
reasonable for this year. It is not something that I'm willing to repeat automatically.
Oh, sure. Well, we don't know what things are gonna do in another year. We have no clue what's gonna happen.
So 13% really takes us to 1695. I like
Which
the idea.
is 17.
I like the idea of using 17 for marketing purposes,
Yes,
right?
I think that sounds better than,
So yeah, if you're gonna try and sell something, it's 1695.
right,
If you're buying it, it's
Yeah.
$17.
that's right.
So I
This
see
is
that.
true.
Heidi, what are your thoughts?
Well, how many employees you got coming back? And how many years are you gonna bump up their pay? Are you gonna start everybody at 17 and make it fair? Or does somebody coming back for the fourth year make 1858?
Well, the graded wage scale contemplates a 3% increase every year. And that really, what that does is rewards the employee for the knowledge that they already have. We don't have to retrain them when they come back. We don't have that training time that they're not,
But they have to have somebody with them.
that they have to have somebody with them. They can just start right out. Because when the park first opens in May, we don't have somebody there. You know, we don't have two people on all the time because they're not needed.
Okay, Cheryl, that
Um,
wasn't my question. How many employees are coming back this year and how many years of experience do they already have?
Well, I know Dan and Peggy are coming back.
And how many years do they have?
This will be their 16th year.
Okay, so what are you paying them?
Well,
Whatever we-
Only goes to 10.
if we were, I think, did I see some notes over in the column of the packet, Cheryl? Is that?
Where
what-
we had calculated year 11, 12, 13.
That's new. I don't think that was on a previous document.
No,
But is
because
that what
we
you've done there?
calculated that at one of our meetings.
Okay,
And I made my notes on this document. And so and that's the same with the salary wage. I put my notes on here so we could see what we had discussed.
and I went out with one that I created, a document I created. I went out 15 years.
Mhm.
But if you say they're at 16, then we even need to go beyond that.
Well, and let me just tell you, this last year, when we went from 13 to 15, which we did in June, when we couldn't find people for $13 an hour, when they were laughing at us, when we told them the starting wage was $13 an hour. And we went to the 15. I brought that to the board, I think, on our meeting, our regular meeting in June. When I showed Dan and Peggy the new graded wage scale, I asked them, I told them that the new 10-year rate was 1953, I believe it is. And yes, and I said that it could be calculated out beyond that, which I had not done that. And they agreed to be paid at the 1953 last year, both of them. So they need to be paid more than that this year, but I don't know that they are going to, stick and hang for the 16-year rate with the 3%, 3%, 3% every year. You know what I'm saying? The 1953 is more than they'd ever made at the park. I don't remember what the wage was the year before that. Well, it was at the 13, no, well, at the 13, it would have been 1692, because see, this is still showing the 13-year figure or the $13. So I think the year before they made 1692. I can't remember. I'd have to look for sure.
Well, if you paid them at the $15 starting wage, year 13 would have been 2134. 1953, you drop back to the 10-year.
What'd you say? What was the first year? The 13-year?
If the first year you started at 15, So that's after we did our mid-season increases,
right, right,
Okay.
right.
So it was 13, people got their 3% on April, but then we realized mid-season, we needed to go up. So we
Right.
went from 13.50 to 15. Everybody got that extra $1.50 an hour,
Right.
right? So,
Well, more than that as you go up, but
sure. So if at the 15-year level, if they, last year, they would have been at the 15-year level, they were paid $22.64.
they were not paid that.
Well, that's according to the
Right.
scale, that's
Right,
what they
right, right,
would
yeah.
have been paid.
Right, yeah.
You said they remained at the 1953 level. So that's, thank
Yes.
you to them, right? That
Yes.
should, we as a board should have known that. So,
Hmm.
you know, if you have
Yeah,
folks, employees who are doing stuff like that, we should recognize them.
yeah, sure.
So moving forward, if we were to pay them according to the 6-year scale, at the $15 an hour starting wage, they'd be paid this year $23.32. With a,
That would be the 16-year,
yep. With
16-year rate, assuming 15 starting.
mhm. A 13% increase on that takes them to $26.35. And mind you, that's going to be a little off, a few pennies, because my starting wage at 13% is $16.95. We kind of already went over that.
I guess I'm confused. You just said, I thought that the 16-year rate, assuming a $15 an hour starting rate wage, is $23.32.
Correct. I
The
did say that.
16-year.
The 16-year would be $23.32.
But then, didn't
If-
you say something else after that?
If we were going to calculate, my sheet calculates purely on percentage increase.
Right,
So a 13% increase would only make the starting wage at $16.95,
right,
not the 17. So
Right.
13% on top of 23.32 is 26.35. But maybe we
why
want to
would we
round
go
it.
to that? Because that would be another year past 16,
No.
wouldn't it?
Nope. That'd be a 13% increase on top of the 16-year.
Assuming 16.95. Starting, you said. So what I'm trying to figure out is how a 16-year rate. Oh, I get it. Because that was starting at 15 and this was assuming 16.95 would be 26.35.
Correct.
I get it. Okay. Right. Well, I think Dan and Peggy will be happy with anything between what they made last year and what,
They made 1953 and they got a 3% raise. They're already over $20.
but wouldn't you take the 19, I mean, just as an example, wouldn't you take the 1953 times 13%?
You already said they were comfortable with their 1953. So if the employee's comfortable, why
Well,
would you
that
make it?
last year,
But guys, we're not just talking about the two current ones that have 16 years in. We're talking about hiring new people.
right?
What we're gonna start their wage out at.
Thought we agreed at $17.
I don't know that we did, because Ron was,
And we don't have
No, I
anybody
think
else
that's
that's,
reasonable.
okay.
we may have a couple other people coming back. For instance, we had one ranger that is deceased now, obviously. We have one who's graduating from U of M in April and is going on to a doctor's office. because that's where his career path is. We have one that has taken a job with the school that's year round. I don't expect her to be coming back. I don't know about. I'm trying to think who all the rangers are. Tyler, I'm not sure if he's coming back or not. He's still in college. I don't think he's graduating this year, but I could be wrong about that. So we'll have, probably the majority of rangers will be starting at 17, I would say.
You have
I would say
commitment-
half.
You have commitment,
Half will be starting at 17.
you have commitment from Dan and Peggy that they are returning in writing?
Well, I don't need it in writing.
Okay.
Well, he
I
was,
talk to Dan every couple days about park stuff. Dan's already been doing park stuff for the park for this season that are pre-park opening things that need to get done.
So, I don't know that it is or is not the purview of the board to decide what Dan and Peggy's wages are. However, I'm
I think
concerned,
they should decide that.
I'm sorry.
I think they should be given what their options are.
Okay, so the option is a 3% or a 13%. Is that kind of what you mean?
Well, I mean, if the starting wage is gonna go to 17, the 16-year rate is what they would be entitled to.
Mhm.
Okay, and you said that's the 2635.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. And so maybe that's what they're gonna be working for. I would think we would budget for that.
Well, supposedly you did, right? In the 80,000, that's in the,
I did. And I budgeted that because I took basically 10% of what I, let me look at it. I need my glasses.
so for some reason, I must have made a mistake. 2264 would be the current. $23.32. Yeah, no, that's right.
And I get year 16 at the 17 as 2650. And I'm pretty sure this is gonna be Dan and Peggy's last year. Dan has some other things he wants to do. And Peggy's not gonna come back unless Dan comes back. So I'm pretty sure this is gonna be their last year, and I know that they would like to, help train somebody that might follow them and be somebody who's very knowledgeable about the park. Whether that'll happen or not, I don't know.
And Cheryl, I just pulled up on Google for yucks, and the average park ranger hourly salaries in Michigan. A low is $18.49, an average is $22.77, and a high is $28.04.
Right in the ballpark.
However, you just said a very concerning thing. They're not coming back. So now how do I constitute this gigantic raise for a final hurrah? Okay.
Guess I don't look at it that way.
You're supposed to do a 3-year, a 5-year, a 10-year plan. So if I'm looking.
Well, when you're
at a
talking
3-year
about people
plan-
that are older than you, Heidi, they do want to retire at some point.
And they've been with the park a
Not,
long
okay,
time.
that has nothing to do with what I'm doing, okay? I made my choices long ago and prepared for them. I'm sitting here looking in the budget, looking at, oh, my employee's not coming back. Okay, I'm giving them a very nice increase to say thank you very much, have a nice day. Okay.
I do. I think that's a great
Yeah,
idea.
but actually you're paying them for their years of experience. It
That's
has
what you're
nothing to
doing.
do with the fact that they've reached a certain age and now.
I
they're gonna
understand
retire.
that.
They've
I
given us 16
completely
years of
I
understand
service.
that.
mean, you would be shocked. I'm not going to divulge it, but you would be shocked at what Peggy's age is.
I don't care if she's 99, Cheryl. It's got nothing to do with the age of the person,
So
okay?
what's
No,
your
it does have
solution,
to do
though?
with their
You
years
can't
of
penalize
Well,
experience.
somebody
first of
because
all,
they're
I have a
retiring.
problem with paying someone. I don't have a problem giving somebody a raise. I don't have a problem giving somebody an increase. But the government job is it's the only job you can work where you're guaranteed a 3% raise every year you work.
I don't get a 3% raise every year.
I don't
What?
either. She's not
Hmm.
giving herself a raise. And
Ron?
I'm
did you get a
floored
3%
at the
raise this
increase
year?
of these
And
pay
I didn't get a
raises. So
3% raise.
you know
this
what?
year.
I'm
When-
one vote. I'm one
when-
vote. My
when
vote
does
really doesn't
any
mean
employer-
anything.
When does any employer make their wage decisions based on whether, yes, they want to retain employees, but when they know that those employees are close to retirement, when do they make wage decisions based on hoping you'll give them enough money to buy some loyalty so they'll work their fingers to the bone
That
for
doesn't-
another couple
okay,
years?
You've totally lost where I was going with this. So Cheryl, if you're
I
gonna
guess I
talk for
have.
another 20 minutes, point of order,
Yeah,
I'd like some
typically in the
lunch.
real world, once you get close to retirement age, you're on the chopping block.
You
Oh,
are,
yeah.
you're lucky you got
Yeah.
a job.
Well,
So-
they do.
Yeah, but you don't say because of this, we're gonna take advantage of that and not pay you as much.
Yeah, and
No,
that's
I
don't
think,
do
I
that.
think saying that might be illegal, but. I'm not-
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Well,
is.
doing it
It
is
is.
also illegal,
Yeah,
just because you don't say it out loud.
Well, I don't
mean,
understand where either conversation
where
was
I
going,
was
so
going is-
apologize.
I don't either.
Where I'm going is, okay. When you give raises across the board, you have to decide, first of all, how much can I budget? How much is in my budget? Is this really gonna look good to someone on the outside looking in? And then go from there, okay? I don't mind giving the park rangers a raise, but jacking them up because we didn't give them a raise for 10 years, I gotta draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, but
I see your point. I see
Okay,
your point.
I gotta draw it somewhere, because we're supposed to be on a 3-5, okay. Shame on us. I wasn't sitting here 6 years ago, but they at least got something. They didn't get nothing. Am I correct?
What you're saying, and allow me to paraphrase
That's
a little
fine.
bit. Cheryl said last year, the park rangers were paid $19.53 an hour,
only two of them.
two of them. So that puts them at the 10-year scale.
Hmm?
They did that voluntarily. Okay? You're saying then we should give them the 3% raise from that point, i.e. that they had topped out at 10 years, right?
Mhm.
Okay, all right, that's what you're saying. So we do have a note on the bottom of our wage,
Yeah, it's 24 something. I
Graded-
think it is.
graded wage scale that says numbers 1 through 10 in the top row present years of services. They're not merit-based. Note number 7, I think, answers the question. It is possible that employees who have attained 10 years of service will move to a higher grade on the graded wage scale. We don't do that. We just expand the grade scale onward. And maybe what you're implying is that we begin to use a graded wage scale correctly in the fact that once people reach 10 years of service, maybe instead of a grade 2 ranger, they become a grade 3 ranger. And then there's a completely entire different set of values plugged in for those people who return with all of those services, all of those training hours behind them and all of their experiences. Is that kind of
Yeah.
where you're at? Okay.
I cannot see giving someone 6, 7 out that's not coming back.
Can I ask you another question,
Sure.
please? So last year I agreed to be supervisor for $100 a year.
Correct.
Although I was available, I could have made up to $200 last year.
Yep.
This year, before I'm supervisor, I want my full $200.
Yep.
Is that a problem?
It is.
It is. Okay.
Because now, and we don't even show the way you're bumping people's pay is we're not interviewing them and say, well, you missed some, you didn't come to work for 4 days. They're not getting any interview or anything. It's just, here you go. Oh, you weren't coming back this year? Oh, now you are? You weren't, now you are? Okay, we're going to give you $7 more. And, oh, this is your last year. Thank you very much.
And to respond to what you said, Ron, so we do have line number 7, but we also have line number 6 that says future increases for employees who have reached the tenure level will be calculated at 3% annually. So there's that. And then to speaking to your number 7, it says it is possible.
Right.
And
Right.
we haven't established different grades.
We've never
We've
been
got
here
them there.
before.
We've never-
Yeah,
Understood.
right,
Understood.
right. And remember, we had, I think, wasn't it when we had those grades down at the bottom? Do you know, Della, didn't that have something to do with Leslie's employment?
It's been so long.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's
we
not-
set these guidelines.
No, I get it.
up,
I'm
so-
just
not go
saying, but it was for
backwards
other,
here.
it was for other positions, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
All the
You're talking about these
EMTs
at the
were
very-
down there
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
I will disagree with you, Heidi. I think that if an employee voluntarily says, I'll work for X, and then before they come back next year, they say, my family
Well, I get
circumstances
that,
have
but we already
changed.
gave them 3%. And we already gave them a raise last year. Did we not?
Hey, Ron,
We
you're
did.
saying that if they elected to do the 1953 at the 10-year rate instead of what they were due at the 15-year rate, but then this year they decided because of family circumstances, whatever, they'd really like to be paid at the 16-year rate. We should not be penalizing them. We should be saying,
Thank you.
thanks for giving us that 10-year rate
Last
year.
Yep. I didn't get a discount on my purchase this time, but thanks for the last one you gave me. So I understand it's a huge bump up, but they did voluntarily give us a discount last year. And I don't know that we have any, I would have been very cautious even to accept it.
Right.
Because, they could have claimed, well, my employer's not treating me equally with someone else.
I
Right.
think you-
They're not that kind of people.
That's what I was just gonna say. You
Yeah,
have
they're
to
not that
judge
kind
them
of
by-
people. So I am all for bringing them on at the 16-year level. According to my column, it should be 1642, not 2642, not 2650, Cheryl.
Well, all I know is I just calculated, I took that 13-year rate, which you said was 24.25. And I added, and that was based on the 17.
No, the 13-year rate based on 17 should have been 24.18.
Well,
Guys,
I
we're
guess-
we're 8 cents apart.
I know. And so I could go to the 22.19 at the 10-year rate plus 3%.
So I have 22.13 at 10 years.
But you're calculating at 16.95.
So what I did is it actually, to move from 15 to 17 is a 13.3% increase. So I applied the 13.3% increase, which is more than 13% across the entire board. Again, treating everyone equal in that particular grade brings them to a 26.42 wage at 16 years of service.
But I would only point out what I pointed out earlier, that it says number 6, future increases for, no, I'm sorry, yeah. Well, that we've always done this based on 3% per year. And so, at the 17, then it becomes 17.51 and stuff like that. So, I mean, is it really 26.42 or 26.50? I mean, I can make this all go out and we'll put it on a legal sheet of paper and we'll go out the 16 years.
I have the program written if you would like it. So.
But it's done, all of these are done based on 3% every
Yes.
year.
We are like,
That's year to year.
We're way
What
behind.
we're
This-
thinking
this-
that what we're talking about at 13.3%
now
is
think
the
about what if-
raise.
What's our?
Okay, well, it's
oldest
not an
firefighter?
income,
We have
it's a very,
firefighter been here
the
16 years?
22 or 26.42 to
'Cause now your park
26.50
ranger's making more than
that I
him.
calculated is 8 cents an hour. It's inconsequential for the budget number.
It is inconsequential for the budget number, but it is very consequential for the document that we will use for the next decade.
so why don't
Okay.
we,
So
why
bring
don't
back
why don't
another
we do
document.
that?
The-
Yeah.
I'll bring back another document. Well,
bring
yes,
back-
of course I have to. We're not going to have it all handwritten in.
So bring back
Um,
another document. Just know that I am for a 13% increase for that proposed grade, with a base rate of starting at $17 an hour.
I'm sorry, say that again.
An approximate 13% increase. Base rate starting at $17 per hour.
Then what do you say about the, about future increases who have reached the 10-year level will be calculated at 3% annually?
Yeah, no other changes. Yep, so all the rules stay the same.
Right.
Yep, all we're doing is moving the starting wage from 15 to 17. And then we will move it 3% through the years.
Are we done with that? No, I guess we need to move on to deputies.
Yep.
And so does everybody agree that's gonna apply to historical director too, since they're on grade 2?
No,
So you want to break that out?
yep. I
I
say that
agree.
we can still go up the 13%. But at this point, it's a mute point. Because we haven't heard from Luann that she's moving, leaving, or whatever. And I say we just have to deal with that when and if the time comes.
So Luann, I remember, I think when you brought that whole thing forward, she started at the 6-year rate. Because she
wasn't
had
year
that
one,
experience. No,
yeah.
it was not year
It
one.
was not year
And I'd
one.
have to look in the system and see actually what she gets paid. I don't remember what that is per hour
Can you look that up relatively quick or no?
right now.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can do that. I can look, see
so
what
I'll
she's
just
paying.
make a note that I think Luann would be going into her 7th year is what I think. But it could be the 8th year.
But that wasn't that in 2019?
That's what I think I just said. She could be 2 years ago.
It looks like she was paid. Her last pay was at 15.96.
At year 8.
Yeah.
Well, her first pay, I believe, for was at 14.3. So. I got 15.96 rate.
So Ron, do you want to leave it as it sits currently written? For Historical Society Director? Or do you want to put a 3% on top of it, starting at the 13?
1596 was the 8-year rate last year.
Mhm. So
Yeah.
she'll be moving into her 9th. Is that what you're saying?
I would think, yeah,
All right, so.
because I think
So
yeah,
her-
because in 2019, I'm pretty sure she started at the 6-year rate. And
So Treese and Luann are in the same year of their tenure.
no,
I have Treese at
Teresa is
9
going
years.
into her 10th.
Oh, Treese is going into her 10th, okay.
Okay, so what did we say?
Nothing,
That's
yeah.
gonna be.
So then are you going into 12 or 13?
14.
That wasn't one of the choices. So what do you have Lois going into, Cheryl? I have her currently at 12-year.
Well, you started in
4 years before.
November of 08. Yeah, so if Teresa is going into her 10th, Lois is going into her 14th. Because Lois started in November of 8, I believe. June. Oh, June. Oh, you started early. That's right. You started early with, right, when, and,
And I started working the 13th.
right, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so Luann's going into 9, Treese's going into 10, Lois is going into 14.
I know Teresa is going into 10. I'm pretty sure you're going in, yeah, because you started even before. Yeah, so you would have started in 08.
For some reason, I had her at the $17.95 an hour wage right now,
$17.99.
$17.99.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because she's been off the scale.
So that's 12 years. Not 14, that's 12. $17.99 is a 12th year of service.
You have me and help them great because when I first started, I was getting my wage increase the first of the year or at the anniversary.
Yeah,
And then we all switched it, so technically I lost a year. So when I say technically I'm 14
yeah,
coming. the way
Right,
that it was set
entering.
up,
right.
I lost a year, so I'm technically, I'm at 13 coming,
Right.
because I lost a year.
You're at the end of 13.
Not according to the rate.
Right, but as far as years of service.
All I want to know is what she's currently paid. And if she's currently paid
$17.99.
$17.99, then according to this scale, she's at year 12 going into year 13. That's what she is. So if you want to move her around because of some misgiving, then that's we gotta quit this bantering about.
Well, when we did this graded wage scale, we decided that all the raises would take place on April 1st instead
I
of,
recall that.
yeah. Yeah, just to make it easier.
So we were on Historical Society, I thought.
Yeah, but, so
So
yeah, what are we doing with that?
Historical Director, I'm for just the straight up 3% from where it's at. And then shall we make her grade 3? I mean, really, that goes back to a grade 1. Grade 3 should not be higher than a grade 2 in the pay scale.
What is
Yep.
grade 3? We don't have anything in there.
But grade 3 should not be higher and lower in the pay scale than grade 2.
I get that. Why would we move her? Why would we move her? Oh, because it can't stay the same as grade 2. Well, then
But
I
it's
think what
never
you
been the
do is,
same.
I think what you do, Ron, is you make park rangers grade 3 and leave historical director at grade 2.
I think that's a great
Isn't that a
recommendation.
great idea? I think you started with that, Ron. but okay.
I think that's a great recommendation.
Park rangers will move to grade 3.
At the wages we discussed. Does that sound fair?
Right, historical director will
Stay at 2.
be grade 2. Remain at grade 2.
Yep.
And then are we still doing the 3% on top of the 13? Or are we leaving it the way it is?
For historical,
Historical, are we leaving it starting wage at 13?
yes, we are.
Okay.
We have a question of whether or not that should even be paid anyway.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, and starting is going to stay at 13.
Yep.
So then she's gonna go to. I forgot what I said she's at, 1596. So she's gonna go to 1643.
No, yes, yep, she would go to 1643. Correct. Are we good with Historical Society?
Yes.
And the last one is deputies. I am good to go with a 13% increase across the board, but not a 31%.
Well, I think we should take that in half and make it 15.
And I'm going to treat everybody on this page the
And
same.
that's really not enough because that only gets the starting wage to $14.95.
I'm not worried about a starting wage at all.
I'm definitely worried about
not
a
worried
starting
about
Why
wage.
is your
starting wage
deputy
at all.
telling her she's quitting?
It doesn't matter, Heidi. We don't know what the future holds. And I have demonstrated that people in these types of jobs are getting $17 an hour or almost $17 an hour. And they, in addition to that, are getting major benefits, health insurance, all this kind of stuff. And we have nothing in the way of benefits, nothing to offer our deputies.
And the
And
only one
so
that
you
really
have
is
to make up
affecting-
for that in the hourly wage.
And the only people that this is going to truly affect is the clerk and the treasurer.
That's right.
And these are skilled jobs. These are not flipping burgers or stuffing french fries. And just because this township has left that wage at a subpar beginning wage to begin with, doesn't mean that we should be penalized by
I
not increasing
completely
it.
understand that, but did you look at what you're paying a firefighter compared to what you're paying a clerical deputy?
And that cannot be compared because those jobs aren't anything alike. And Chief
That's right.
Flynn,
They're not.
no, they're not. And so I get it. And back when I worked for Otsego County, I made more than the county sheriff deputies as a court reporter. I actually thought that was not right. I thought the policemen should have been paid more. And I actually think the firefighters should be paid more, but I also respect Chief Flynn's management of the department. And we have added a lot of wage. We have added,
We're not talking about fire.
okay, but we have added $30,915 to the wages of the fire department in this fiscal year. And and you cannot compare deputies and firefighters. That's not, the skill sets are not
Okay,
anywhere
okay,
near the
okay,
same.
Okay, and the firefighters up here and the clerical workers down here, I'm sorry. I know how many
No,
hours.
it's not a
Okay, stop.
hierarchy.
Okay, Cheryl, then do me one favor. Get a damn time clock and somebody punch a clock. If you're gonna increase all these wages, at least control it, because right now, nobody punches a clock.
Everybody fills out timesheets. Every hourly employee fills out timesheets, and that's the only way they get paid.
You're willing to go to 15%.
No, I'm not, because after I looked at what 15% is, that's only a starting wage of $14.95, and that doesn't get it. That's not going to get us any replacement deputies.
At least a starting wage of 15, because that's what you were paying the Rangers last year.
I really don't even think that's adequate, Della, but
I mean, I'm trying.
just
I'm
look
trying
at
to
what they're getting.
compromise here.
So am I.
I'm trying to
My
compromise
top-
too,
my
and I know what
ceiling's
a
15,
secretary makes,
So
so.
anything beyond 15, I'm done. My ears are closed beyond 15. I'm done. Out.
Hi, Al.
So that's my.
Well,
my compromise.
once again, we have to look at who we are competing with. We're competing with the
Better yet,
county.
Let's look at what it is they do. Let me tell you what my deputy has to know.
Yeah.
She has to know BSNA program. She has to know Peachtree program. She has to know accounting. She has to know the Excel program. She has to know Word. I mean, you name it, she has to know it. And she has to have customer service. And apparently that's not worth anything, right, Heidi?
Record keeping.
I'm not looking at this what I want. I'm looking at this as I'm looking at every member of the community and I'm going, okay.
And
clerical
that's
secretary. That's what I'm
not-
trying to do. Go ahead.
No,
Ron.
I'm sorry. I cut
No,
you
no,
off.
go ahead.
Go ahead and finish up.
Well, I'm not looking at it as what I want. I'm looking at it as standing on the outside looking in. What are you doing with my money?
Well, maybe.
That's how I'm looking at it.
Then maybe we better explain what it is that's being done with the money, because people do not expect us not to pay our personnel for the technology and the skill set that they have. People do not expect your workers to work at subpar standards because this township board hasn't raised this, because we've had the same deputies. If we had multiple, let's say that Lois only
Della,
worked
if
for me
everything
for,
was
let me
peachy keen in
finish,
society,
please.
I'd be okay with
You know,
this,
if you
but it's not.
don't let people finish, they lose their train of thought. Now, if I was replacing a deputy every other year and had to compete with the regular wages that are happening currently, we would have been raising this on a more structured basis. We wouldn't have waited 4 or 5 years to even look at the beginning wage, because I had a deputy that was just doing a 3% every year. It wasn't a concern. What about the next treasurer coming in? What happens if she decides to retire next year because she's planned ahead, and she can, because she's at the age, I'm sorry, she's at the age where she can.
Spoiler alert.
So, I'm sorry. Now I gotta look for somebody else to fill out my term. And I'm not getting anybody at $13 an hour. Anybody that knows how to use Excel, knows how to calculate interest, knows how to do anything. I'm not. And because it affects my department and it affects Cheryl's department, she has skilled labor too, and it doesn't affect your department and it doesn't affect your department.
It affects my department. 'cause I'm
How?
supposed to
You
be
don't
watching
do
the
it
money.
day to day.
It doesn't.
This
okay.
is my job day to day, and you're
Yep.
telling me I can use subpar people.
I didn't tell you to go out and get subpar. I told you, I'm looking at this as,
You're telling me don't pay them. Pay them subpar.
okay. No, I didn't say pay
You
them
didn't
subpar.
say
They
it. You
give a
just said,
3%
don't do it.
raise.
Don't pay them. Don't pay them.
Well, here's the problem. I'm writing my tax check right now. I'm paying my taxes.
Me too.
And I'm thinking about, I get a newsletter that says you just bumped everybody's rate, you gave everybody raises. Okay, they already expect the 3%, but now we have to go backwards. And Della, if we weren't in such a crappy society right now, half of this conversation wouldn't even be happening. But it's gonna be really hard to say we jacked up raises 33% when people can't even afford the gas in their car to go to work.
Well, I'm not
So
saying.
when
that
do we
30%.
balance this out?
I'm not
Okay,
saying,
I would like to make a comment here when you're done, Del.
I'm done.
Okay, so if I have to look for a deputy clerk, say something happens to Therese or something, and I have to look for a deputy clerk, I'm gonna be looking for somebody with extensive computer experience, extensive experience in accounts payable, extensive experience in payroll as a start. That's not even mentioning general ledger, which I do most of that work. I've got to have somebody who has can wait on people, answer the phone, be here by themselves, and don't have to be directed all the time. They've got to do the qualified voter file. They've got to do other tasks in here. And I just looked up, okay, so you might consider that person like a bookkeeper. level type person, right?
Can I just ask you one question?
Excuse
Does
me,
your
I'm
deputy
not
work
done,
part-time or
Heidi.
full-time?
I am not done. I will
Okay.
answer your question when I'm done making my remarks. So I just looked up bookkeeper salary in Michigan. Average base salary for a bookkeeper is $18.59 an hour. Okay, so that's what somebody that's doing somebody's books is getting paid. Okay, now that's not an accountant. They don't have to be accountants or anything like that, but they've got to have some experience with, I would not hire somebody in here who doesn't have some knowledge of accounts payable, payroll. I lucked out with Therese. She had 38 years at Sara Lee doing payroll for 550 people. Okay, she knows a lot about payroll. She knows, and she did accounts payable there too. So I mean, the 17, I know it sounds like a lot. And when you look at it and you say, as I calculated, that it's a 31% increase, that sounds like a lot of money, but it's really not. We haven't addressed this wage in 3 years. Last time we addressed this was on 3/26 of 19. So that's been 3 years ago now. Meantime, inflation is out of control and on a course to get worse. And we have to have people who aren't just entry level people that just got out of high school looking for their first job. I really think the $17 an hour is really, I mean, I really think they're worth more than that entry wage, but I'm willing to go to the 17 with the 3% annual increases. Don't look at the 31%. It's not it's only going to be that one time. Okay, because it's been so long since we addressed it. It really needs to be at 17 with the 3% increases that we've always calculated on the graded wage scale, because they can't be replaced. They can't be replaced for what we're even currently paying them. Teresa's being paid $15.99 an hour right now. I will not be able to replace her for that. I will not.
So
How many hours does Therese work, Cheryl?
first of all, if Teresa's only paying $15.99 an hour, then she is not going into her 10th year, as you have told us here. So please confirm who's getting paid what, because I'm tired of hearing this banter about how poorly we treat our people. If the information that you have provided thus far is correct, we will be paying our people $21.31 an hour, which is far above the state average of $18.59.
But
Now-
not with the years of experience.
But you don't know what the average year of experience is in that $18.59.
It said base salary.
But you don't
Base
know
salary.
the years of experience. And
Might be zero.
just like, are you gonna let me finish? And just like Luann, she had 6 years of experience when she came to us. Did we start her at year 1? No, we didn't. It was a board decision to start her at a different spot on the wage scale. To think that we're just going to move the starting wage scale up $4 or $5 an hour and then transfer that to everybody throughout the employment field is ludicrous. So, as I said, I am willing to go to 15% across the board. And that's as far as I'm going.
Somebody answer a question. Does your deputy Cheryl work full-time or part-time?
She works part-time.
Thank you very much.
And part-time people sometimes get paid more than full-time people because they work without benefits.
Government job, be careful. Everybody else out there might not work for the government.
And I think the bigger picture is the bottom line of the entire wage thing in the township this year. And in the general fund, the wages that we've discussed amount to $18,450 in hourly wage in the general fund. Obviously, you would have to calculate your Social Security and your Medicare on those two for a total wage cost. But when
What was
we,
that number? I'm sorry.
Yeah. The difference is going to make.
in the general fund, the wage increases that we have talked about,
That
budgetary
you have
wise.
proposed,
Correct.
because I don't even
Let
want to
me-
be associated.
Let
with it.
me explain how I came to this number. Okay, we have
You're
five,
welcome to put it in a packet.
we have 5 wage line
You're
items.
welcome to put it in a packet.
And I'm going
And
to
point of
explain it
order,
right
we have
now
not
too,
voted
because
to
I've
go
listened
past
to
4
everybody else.
hours.
Well, I'm sorry that we've done that, but, and I, you know.
And I will
will
tell
be-
you, I'm gonna tell you, I have a dentist appointment to replace a filling that fell out at
So-
2:30, because I never.
Then you need to
dreamed-
leave now.
I
It's
never-
2:07.
It's an Acme.
And
It takes
Oh,
me
good
10
luck.
minutes to
Once again,
get down there.
from
It
the
took me a
budget
half
that was
hour to get here from my house.
from the budget that was brought to us in the general fund to, there's only 5 wage line items that are proposed for an increase. And that is Township Board 702, Township Board 703, which is actually a decrease of $150, the election wage line item, and the 2 deputies. And the numbers that we have been discussing that were put in this budget document, the total for the general fund of wage increase is $18,450 at the wages that I've proposed, okay? So if we can't invest $18,450 in all of the general fund wage line items in one fiscal year, I think that's sad. I think that's very sad to get our wage line items, starting wage line items where they need to be for skilled people. Election workers are skilled people. You know, you don't just walk in here and become an election worker. Deputies, you don't just walk in here and become a deputy. You know,
There's a lot of training involved.
so it's, I get it that it's a hard pill to swallow, but it's where the economics are at. It's where wages are at. Our deputies can go to our competition and get these wages tomorrow. And we don't want to lose them. I do not want to lose my deputy. I'm sure Della does not want to lose her deputy. It's all about what is going on in the job market right now.
Well, I don't know how to get through this impasse. Maybe we won't.
Maybe we need to bring it back.
So
We
we
got
only
one more
have one
meeting.
other, we only have the budget public hearing to decide this. And I would recommend this not be the topic brought into the public hearing. Because I think that it will be just more frustrating for us. So Della, I respect the time that you need to get out of here. And so is there another time that we can meet? I have Wednesday afternoon available,
On the 9th,
but that's after like 3 o'clock.
I got nothing left during the day.
And Lois, I mean, if you're not available, we can easily just start the meeting, do the invitation, start the meeting and co-host it. Because work sessions are attended by 1, maybe 2 people. I can certainly handle that.
Well, we have to have a quorum for a meeting.
You missed the topic, Cheryl. So,
Yep, completely.
yep.
What's the topic then?
Well, you should have been here.
I think these meetings have gone too long. People are getting snippy with each other.
Yep. I should have stopped it at noon.
Yep.
So can we do the 9th, 10th, or 11th? We can do even the 12th.
I can't do the morning on the 9th.
We're not talking morning. These are all afternoon.
What time in the afternoon?
Well, like I said, the earliest I'm available on the 9th is 3 p.m.
At least I'm available on the 9th is 7 PM.
Does that hold pretty much the rest of the week for you then?
Yeah,
Lady?
because I work.
Okay, so it looks like we're potentially 7 p.m. for Wednesday, the 9th, 10th, or 11th.
No,
And-
planning commission isn't here on Friday. That's out.
Yep.
So 9th or 10th.
And I've got a board of review in there. No,
Yeah, you
board of
do.
review is the next week.
9th or 10th. I'm good on either one.
Anybody got a preference? Let's do the 9th.
3/9 at 7 PM. Is that what we're talking about?
That is proposed.
I can do that. You said Wednesday, the 9th at 7 PM.
Yep.
Perfect.
And what do we have left to go over? The graded wage scale deputies and the salary wage schedule?
Yep. Board comments or discussion? Public comment? Vicky Beam, any public comment? Well, here in the township hall, any public comment? Okay. Motion to adjourn?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Just to let you know, there will not be a new board packet. Bennett?
Yes.
Goss, yes, Pop?
Yes.
Baum,
Yes.
meeting adjourned at 2:15 PM.